Hello everyone, I'm Insane Lane and welcome to Erotica Book Club. We are running a little behind as usual. Oh, I'm sure I've forgotten at least 3 things, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Our missing duck has been retrieved. If you were supposed to remind me about Tums, I did indeed forget. I have not eaten any, and I even posted that I was about to, and then I got distracted. But we have all ducks accounted for, which 5 minutes ago I couldn't say that because one of them tried to escape and it rolled under my desk to a place that only kitties can reach. Also, I need a kitty. I need something tiny and furry that goes meow, 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 meow and climbs up my leg. That's okay, Sarah. I know you mean well. I've got the Tums on hand. They are here. So, we actually had a few things happen last week in the book. We had Olga finally breaking up with her sugar daddy, who did not take that well, got in a fight with Dominic, because, sugar daddy wasn't taking no for an answer. And doing it publicly, and apparently only her boyfriend kind of sort of could intervene and beat the shit out of a guy who very much deserved to have the shit beaten out of him. But he's all rich and powerful, so Dominic gets arrested and he might have to sit in jail for a few months. And it's not the first time he's been arrested. Are we surprised? No. But she just can't. Hi, Sethale and all of your dragons! Oh, it's so good to see you. I love that emoji so much. So, Olga's, of course, distraught that her kind of, sort of, maybe, whatever guy she's known for collectively about 2 weeks, maybe, and all they do is fuck in public, even though they have a bedroom. She's very distraught that he's in jail. So she decides to pimp herself out and goes to former sugar daddy and says, I will sleep with you for 30 minutes if you recant your statement and let my boyfriend go. So he agrees, she does. He, I guess, videoed it to try and make Dominic think she's a cheating whore, which she is a cheating whore. But apparently that's not the point we're supposed to learn from this. Oh no, the point is that I guess Dominic showing Massimo, spoilers, an engagement ring, because he's going to get engaged to this absolute whore professional that he has met, and all they do is fuck, and they don't know anything about each other, and he had a side piece before this that I'm wondering if he's still banging the designer girl, or if we'll ever hear of her again, or if she just doesn't exist in this book. But yes, he gets out of jail, and now Massimo will give his blessing, because he's the head of the family, and I guess that's something he gets to do. He will give his blessing on Dominic and Olga getting married, because she proved that she's willing to do anything for him, and she really loves him, and she did this by what? By prostituting herself to another man in a complete, like, subversion of the legal system, and everybody lying every which way, and yep, that makes her worthy, that she will spread her legs for another guy if it gets her current guy out of trouble that he caused himself. That's the moral of the story, kids. That's as close as we're gonna get. I'm curious if we ever see Laura's parents again. Are they just done now that they've supposedly disowned her for reasons none of us can figure out? Now their mom's all mad. Is that going to be the last we hear of her parents, and now, like, the mob is her family? I suspect it will be something like that. We got to shed some of these characters that we sort of have. Oh, always get makeup on my eyelashes and then I can't see properly for an hour. We've also been having quite the saga of trying to get the next book because I thought I should get on and order that because we only have 2, maybe 3 weeks max left of this, and shipping takes a while. So tried to get on that, but I will fill you in after our national anthem. So all rise and love a fur baby while you do.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. Hello, everyone. Good to see you. There's still makeup on my lashes. Oh, I had an eyelash curler. I don't know what's happened to it. I kind of suspect it got pet chewed. But first things first, let me introduce our pantheon of ducks. We have a new arrangement today. I'm kind of trapped in a box and it's hard to get out of here, but it's working. So, hopefully I'll figure out something a little more stable going on, but for now it's working. You may have noticed I cleared out some stuff. So, as always, we have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, Sansu, Bob with 2 B's. By the way, it was Xavier who tried to escape. It was this one. It was this one. He got a good long way, too. Sasha Bartholomew, Alex Chuckles, Melman, Naruto, Jeremy DeWitt, Cinemark, Jeeves, Alan Tudyk, Playboy, I'm off my pace now. Playboy, Jethro, Gilbert, Vixen Dennis, Rosie House, Susie, Wolfie, Russell, Mark Glacial, Cicero, Phoebe Halliwell, John Glenn, Lid Chickadoo, Captain Blaze, Ferguson, Libby Doe, Ocean Gate 7, Dinglehopper, Madison, Leonard, Jack, Jacquard, Lulu, Marty, Akasha, Dr. Breadside Manor, still one of the best ones we've got, Autolycus, Deja, Insidious, and Cleopatra. That is currently all of our ducks. As you can see, we got room for more ducks, which are here. For $10, I will draw a random duck out of this bag. We've still got about 15 or so in the bag. 15, maybe 20. Random, never before seen brand new ducks. They have lived their whole life in this bag and they would like to be elevated to our pantheon someday. So, PayPal link above for $10. One of these ducks is yours and you get to name it. If you don't, I will. Also, we have our very, very, very fancy, more to come soon, painted ducks. We have a Christmas Story duck, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Raphael duck, Turducken duck, Yoshi duck, Evil Knievel duck because I was in a very macabre mood, and Rooster duck. If you would like a painted duck, please specify which one when you order said duck, otherwise I will pick one at random. Or if you have any ideas for a painted duck you would like to see, please put them in the chat or the comments or on Discord. I will do my absolute best to make it happen. I'm getting pretty good. For $25, we have our very real and authentic police issue handcuffs that I will put on. And they come with this very snazzy key so I can quickly get out of them if needed. There's another key on a string around my monitor because we practice safety here and you should always have a key within reach. So if I drop this, there is another key right there. So it is safe as kittens. Also, my personal favorite. Let me just put it on top of my red silicone whip next to my spiked whip that's next to my leather flogger and 3 paddles. How about that? It's only Saturday. And for the grand sum of $50, where I used to chug a glass of wine or something sour, by the way, I looked for those sour warhead single string things. Apparently, we don't have those in Canada. I looked everywhere. And then I Googled if we have them in Canada. We don't. So still working on that. But for tonight, for the $50 level, I got something kind of special. For those of you in America, you don't have these. These are all dressed chips. These are uniquely Canadian along with ketchup chips, which are the best chips in the history of chips. All dressed comes a very, very close second. I haven't had these in forever. They're a little hard to find. But unfortunately, this bag of wonderful awesomeness is magically sealed and can only be opened if somebody donates $50 or more. That is the only way I can open this bag and enjoy these chips that it took a really long time for me to be able to let myself buy. Mental issues get in the way of things like that. So I bought the chips, but I'm unable to eat the chips unless someone gives me permission. Therefore, the bag will remain sealed. If we don't get it this week, it will remain sealed until we do because it says they're good for a number of weeks. And yeah, it actually says they're good until June 16th. I don't know if I trust chips that long, but we will see. You have those in the US? I was always told these were exclusively Canadian. Like they turn up in every single American buying Canadian foods video. Every single one. All dressed chips and ketchup chips are always there. But maybe they finally started importing them. If you drop the key, it would be a great time for Bo to steal a duck. This is true. This is true. And he tried. He heard that duck. He heard Xavier hit the floor, man, and his head was on a swivel. But then he looked to me to see if I was watching, and I was, so he pretended that he wasn't wanting to go for the duck. He was just like, I'm not doing it. And I'm not paying attention to the duck. No, I didn't look. Is she still looking? Still looking at me? Still looking at me? Yeah, he desperately wanted the duck. But he knows if he had tried to get it in front of me, he would have been in trouble, so he didn't go for it. He's not stupid. I mean, he's stupid, but he's not stupid, you know? I've seen them in Texas? That's kind of surprising. The U.S. does steal everything. I think you had those in Maine? Wow. Okay. If anyone in America, if you see chips labeled all dressed chips, take a picture and send it to me. I want to see these. Same design. The words are just in English. Best Rebels are loaded baked potato. I don't think we ever had those here. At least not that I remember. But we don't have as many we don't have nearly as many flavors of things. Like that was one thing that was overwhelming when we went to Walmart in the States. There were 2 aisles of chips. And already the aisles, like one American aisle is probably the equivalent to about 4 Canadian aisles. And there were 2 aisles just of chips. Like there's so many flavors I've never heard of. I don't know know if Ruffles is American or Canadian. No idea. For a long time, Ruffles was the only brand that had all dressed chips. Now there is like a knockoff brand that also has all dressed chips, but Ruffles are the best. So I've been trying to get the third book. I, in fact, got 2 copies this week, both of which are being returned because I ordered a new copy from Amazon because it was the cheapest. The used copies were literally more expensive when you factored in shipping. However, what I received both times is not a new copy. It's got resale stickers on it. It's got marker marks on the pages. The covers are scuffed and scratched and dented. Like, if you told me it was used and it's in that condition, I don't care. But I paid for a new copy, so those are going back. I have ordered a third copy now from eBay, and it should hopefully get here on time. It's already shipped. It should get here in time. If for some reason it doesn't, I will find something to fill in with for a week if necessary. But it really should get here. Barring us having another postal shutdown, which is not looming, I think it will get here in time. And Amazon better not fuck with me about fucking, like, giving me my money back, because you're the idiots that listed it as new. It's not new. Take your shit back. Also, they apparently now offer pickup for returns in my area, which I selected because it means I don't have to take a cab to a post office. And they were supposed to come yesterday. They didn't. They were supposed to come today. They didn't. So I don't know what the hell is going on. But I know Amazon's been told to pick it up. A courier service I've never heard of called Dragonfly has been assigned it. I have a text and an email from them saying they were supposed to come today. Nope. And also, this is not a business day here. Weekends are not business days here. The amount of choices in the US is a bit overwhelming. One nacho chips. Here's 5 brands and 3 different shapes of each brand, and then corn versus flour. I just want nachos. Yeah, that's what it felt like. For a few things, that's very much what it felt like. Like, we were really very uncomfortable shopping in US Walmart because everything was like, the aisles were so big. We didn't know where anything was, so we were like constantly feeling lost. The store is way bigger. It's got a completely different layout than what we're used to, because here, like, all Walmarts have the same layout, so you know where all the departments are. But this was completely a different layout, which of course it is. It's a different country. But it was so much bigger. And also, we have tiny child with us. We have an 8-year-old with us who is constantly an ADHD overstimulated 8-year-old, by the way, who's like this. He's walking around like this because he's looking up at everything, not watching where he's going. So we're constantly having to watch and keep a hand on the little one because it's also much more crowded than we're used to. It was very crowded to us. I'm sure to Americans it was not crowded, but to us it was. And we're trying to keep tiny child and like keep track of everything. And yeah, it was definitely an experience. Like, thankfully we only had one child with us, and we had 2 adults to keep track of the kid. Probably. So at least we didn't lose the kid, and he found a whole bunch of sour candies he'd never tried before, so he was one happy kid on the ride home. He also fell asleep coming back because he'd just been wide-eyed and staring at everything for about 8 hours. He didn't really get the concept that America is a different country, because that's a bit of a highbrow concept when you're 8. Especially when, we only drove for like 30 minutes and it almost all looks the same. The things that are different are not things a kid is going to notice. Harris Teeter section layout makes zero sense. Lunch meat is in 2 different locations. What? Lunchables are located in a separate area from prepared meals. Also, what? And chips are on opposite end of the store. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, no, that's not good. And stores spend a fortune on consultants and science and etc. to figure out the best, like, most profitable layouts for their stores because, like, foot space equals money. So where they lay out the shelves, the number of shelves, the configuration, it's all about making a certain amount of motherfucker, money. Oh, depending on the store and the size of it, there's an actual formula that can tell you what every single square foot is actually worth if it's being maximally used. Oh, ow. I am ready to be done being female at any time. If somebody could just zap me with some kind of space ray, or if anybody's got really good trucks. Oh. Okay, so once again, we actually are starting at the beginning of an actual chapter, which is rare. God, my poor bookmarks. I gotta make new bookmarks. These ones are all burned on the side. Because I've kind of accidentally almost set the book on fire. Oh, we need our pages. Duh. Okay, we have our pages. We have our tally pages. They're here. I got a pen. Yes, I have a pen. I refilled the lighter. We're good. All right. There we go. Now we're ready. Okay. Chapter 14. We didn't have time to make use of the space Massimo had rented. At 5 p.m., after seeing off Cuba and grabbing a late lunch, we drove to the airport and set off to Sicily. Oh, yeah, that's right. Her brother is he's just suddenly there. There's no explanation. He is just suddenly there and now apparently has mob connections of his own or knows about it or so. I don't know. He's just suddenly there. Well, I only intended to burn it a little bit. It got out of control because the book is possessed. Yeah, I bet. I would hate I literally would not shop there if it was arranged like that and that annoying. I just wouldn't shop there because that would drive me crazy. Yeah, that's just really, really poor planning. When we were home, it suddenly dawned on me that Christmas was just around the corner. In just a week. Didn't we already cover Christmas? She whined about it and sent presents to her family, but it hasn't been Christmas yet. And the staff was preparing the mansion, cleaning up and decorating. A tall Christmas tree appeared in the garden, flashing with hundreds of lights, and wreaths of holly replaced flowers inside the house. I only needed 2 things to feel the festive atmosphere. Snow and my parents. Oh, I guess we are picking up with her family. I still have no idea what her mother's beef is. Like, yes, she's pregnant by a guy she has known for like 4 months. But he's rich and super protective and they're married. So, what are you bitching about? And also, what are you going to do about it? Like, your daughter is not 16 years old. She's like in her like late 20s, early 30s. She's a grown ass woman. You know, she's got the right to live her own life, and you, quite frankly, don't have a lot of right to say much about it anymore. Orthodox Christmas or something similar is at the beginning of December. Oh. Yeah, we don't exactly know what religion anybody is. Like in the movie, he's got Catholic tattoos. But again, we don't know how much of those are real. I know of the actor, the one on his chest that's like a name. I don't know what it says, but it's a name. That one's real, and the ones on the backs of his hand, surprisingly, real. Which for an actor, that like, because places do not like casting guys with anyone with tattoos. Hollywood does not like tattoos on actors, but especially on the back of your hands where it's like impossible to hide. What do you get your kidnapping rapist when he has everything and he would likely kill the shrink? Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, if this book had a shrink in it, oh my god. And we know he's about to kidnap a doctor because he said so. Yeah, I know. What is she gonna get him? We'll spend Christmas among family, Massimo said, placing his coffee cup on the table. That's why I'd like to ask something of you. Make sure everything is the way you like. I want Polish dishes to be present too. I employ a Polish chef. He'll be here in 3 days. Like, you couldn't find an Italian chef that can make Polish dishes? You don't have to be from somewhere to make the food. Olga put down her newspaper and glared at the man in black. What family are you talking about exactly? Yeah, there's a good question. Because other than we know Dominic is his half brother, he's got a strange twin brother who seems to be gone. What other family does he have? She asked as I was about to voice the same query. The mafia family? That's probably exactly what he means. I'm sure there's a mob Christmas party. Massimo chuckled ironically and looked back at the monitor of his laptop. That is not what that word is. I rocked in my chair, stuffing pancakes into my mouth and watching him. He was acting weird since we had returned from Poland. Quiet, subdued, absorbed. He hadn't given in to a single provocation on my part, on my part, and even was civil when speaking with Olga. Oh my god, he's being nice to people. Something's horribly wrong. Something must have happened. Oh god. No, I didn't have the slightest idea what. Yeah, get used to it. You've been told you're not going to have a clue what's going on in your own life for the rest of it. Just give it up. What is a white elephant gift? Is that like Secret Santa? Uh, In the afternoon, when Dominic and Massimo locked themselves in the library to discuss something, I grabbed my laptop and went outside to the terrace. I didn't notice Olga joining me with a bottle of wine and a glass of juice. What's up? She asked, taking a seat next to me. It's like a deliberately bad, cheap gift. Oh, like a gag gift? Okay. I can get on board with those. Those can sometimes they can be fun as long as they're not insulting. Uh the usual it would seem. I nodded at the wine in her hand. I wanted to check in with my parents, but I don't know how. On the one hand, I know mom was right, but she really shouldn't have said all those things. No, your mother was not right. Your mother was being atrocious. I switched on the laptop, and it's not like she hasn't got a phone, right? She could have called. You're both too stubborn. She took a sip of her alcohol and smacked her lips. Shit, this is good. Dominic's choice for Christmas. Stop pissing me off, I growled, gulping down my juice. Let's see what's happening on Facebook. I spent nearly an hour looking through profiles of my parents, my brother, and my friends. I checked on my work colleagues and replied to messages that had been sent weeks ago. There had been a time where social media was my world, a time we certainly didn't see. I used to be totally addicted to it. We have never heard this. Now I had other more important and satisfying things to do. I had practically forgotten about social media. More people should. Or it's a regift. I bet regifting something a mod boss gave you does not go over well. Probably not. Something you would sell at a garage sale. Okay. being kidnapped does help lower your screen time. I'm sure it does, because he did take away her cell phone and her laptop for a long time. And he still, like, controls when she has access to them. So there is that. I was just about to shut the laptop when a friend's post stuck out and opened the link and gasped. I will kill him. I swear I will. Listen to this, I hissed, turning to Olga. It's about Damien and some kind of accident. Who's Damien? Olga's eyes widened. The night after the MMA event. Oh, the MMA guy. Okay. Where he won his fight, a young fighter from Warsaw suffered grievous injuries during a car crash. His life is not in danger, but multiple arm and leg fractures won't let him compete for months. Okay, Massimo did not do all that. Did he? I slammed the computer shut. I fucking saw him leave the hotel on his own. I'm done with this. Yeah, I guess Massimo had him further tuned up later. Or somebody did. I yelled and stormed through the terrace, past the bedroom, and then down the corridor, straight to the library. I barged in. It didn't matter Massimo wasn't alone. I didn't care. What's wrong with you? I screamed, crossing the room in fury. Mario intercepted me before I reached Massimo. I'd be knocking that old man on his ass. Don't ever get between me and my husband when I'm yelling at him. Let me go, God damn it. Massimo, tell him to release me. What the fuck? What the fuck is your life where you have to beg your husband, tell your mafioso goon to let go of me? I'm your wife. Tell him to get your hands off me. It also tells you so very clearly where she stands in the pecking order of things. She's surprised that her mob-affiliated kidnapper has violent tendencies. She needs to read the book she's in. This is true. I would be worried to touch. Yes! That should be the case. She should be. Like, his men should be afraid to touch her. It should be understood that she can go up to him anytime she wants because she's the wife. But that's him not. He would have to tell his men to treat her with that level of reverence and respect, and clearly he hasn't done that. But yeah, Sarah's entirely right. The man in black said something to the men around the table who were observing me with amused expressions. The three of us left the room. Mario put me down and closed the door. He picked her up. Did he throw her over his shoulder? Was he going to carry her out of the room? What? He put me down and closed the door, disappearing behind it. He literally carried her. What the hell? Is a marriage legit when the wife has 365 days to fall in love or die? He didn't say he would kill her. He said he would let her go. That's the super weird thing, partially. Do we believe him? No, he definitely would have killed her. But he did tell her, if you don't love me at the end of a year, I will let you go and, give her, $10 million or something. But reality is she was never leaving. He would never have let her go. Massimo leaned against the wall, crossing his arms. To what do I owe this particular tantrum? He asked. His eyes flared with anger. Okay, don't accuse your grown-ass wife of throwing a tantrum, especially when you know exactly what you did. Why is Damien in the hospital? I don't know, he shrugged. Maybe he felt bad? You think I'm an idiot, I growled. His arms and legs were broken. I think it was an accident. A sly smile appeared on Massimo's lips. So yeah, he did it. But also, dude, you did not have to go that hard. You beat the guy up somehow. Eh, Like, he didn't know she was married. It was a misunderstanding. You didn't have to go that hard. So you don't know what happened. I took a step closer and slapped him so hard my hand throbbed with pain. Oh, there we go. He's gonna violently fuck her now, isn't he? Because he's gonna get off on that, and he's gonna bend her over something, and yeah, this is about to get rough. What about what you said after the fight? You said you wouldn't hurt him. Massimo's head slowly turned back to me. His eyes were burning with fury now. Yeah, he's gonna say, "Well, I didn't. I just ordered it done, and other people did it." That's gonna be his cop out. And yes, she is a fucking idiot. She is just absolutely mind-bogglingly fucking stupid. Oh yes, I should do that. I'm going to Yes, we're going to preemptively eat some Tums and put a couple others on standby. 4 in one night sounds like it's okay. We'll start with 2. Oh, definitely never eat one of those right after you brush your teeth or you might blow the roof of your mouth off with mint. Ah, dropped it down my boobs. Uh-oh. Okay, where did it go? Okay, got it. Like, strong. I promised I wouldn't kill him. Oh, there's the loophole. He hissed through clenched teeth as his arms shot out and grabbed my shoulders, pushing me onto a couch. He never once just asks her to sit down. He always shoves her into a chair. And besides, dear, is it on our list? I think it is. Nope. Damn it. We spoke after it happened. Moreover, not everything is as it seems. I tried getting up, but he sat astride me and pinned me down. That's gonna be good out of context. My highlighter's dying. Ugh. I miss Grandin Toy. These are actually Grandin Toy brand. There's how old these are. God, I used to love them. Oh, come on, camera. Eh. Does anybody else know Grandin Toy? I'm pretty sure they were exclusively Canadian, but I don't know. Yeah, apparently it was in some kind of meeting. I guess they're waiting. I don't know. First of all, calm down or I'll have to call the doctor again. Now listen to me. Oh yeah, this is how you treat your wife. Calm down and listen to me. I'm not talking to you anymore, I replied, summoning all my calm. Let me go. Yeah, notice how you're still married and you're still telling him to let me go and get off me? The man in black watched me for a while before getting up. I pushed myself to my feet, glared at him for a moment, and left, slamming the door behind me. I went to the bathroom, grabbed my bag and the keys to my new home, and stormed out of the house, heading towards the garage. All the car keys were in their place, luckily. I would have grinned if I weren't so totally pissed off. I snatched the keys to the Bentley and left the property. This is where we're going to get a reveal of the new RFID chip that he had implanted at some point. I wasn't running. Massimo knew where I was, that much was evident. As soon as the Bentley passed the gate, a black security SUV started following me. What I needed now was simply some time alone, away from the man in black, in a place where I could brood in solitude. Yeah, this is great. How many times did she run away from him now? They've been married for what, 3 months, and she spent like 2 months and 2 weeks of that away from him? The drive didn't take very long. In the meantime, I stopped at a gas station where I bought a heap of sodas, chips, cookies, ice cream, and a whole lot of other junk food. I drove up to the door and left the car, lugging the heavy plastic bags. A man jumped out of the black SUV and quickly tore them out of my hands. She can't even carry groceries! I know! And why is she still calling him that? Why did she ever call him that? You know his fucking name. Why? I didn't have time to react. It would make no sense to try and overpower him or tell him to fuck off. He wouldn't listen. So I just followed him inside. Oh, great. You can't even go somewhere to be alone. We'll be outside if you need us, he said, placing the groceries on the kitchen counter and leaving. I unpacked everything, armed myself with a spoon, a gallon of ice cream, a bag of chips, and a pack of cookies, and went to the living room, where I switched the fireplace on, then took my cell and dialed Olga. She picked up after a short while. Where the fuck are you right now, Laura? My new house. I got pretty upset and didn't want to talk to Massimo. What about me? She asked, annoyed. You don't want to talk to me either? I'd like to be alone, I replied. May I? She paused for a couple seconds. Is everything okay? Are you feeling good? She stammered finally. Yeah, I got my pills and everything's fine. The security guys are right outside. I'll be back tomorrow. I ended the call and stared into the fire. Should I call Damien? Apologize? Oh, yeah, because that's going to make things better? Your psychotic husband really will kill him if you call him. Was there anything to say sorry for? Yes. After my anger abated, I analyzed the spat and realized I hadn't allowed Massimo to finish before I left. What's he going to say? What's he going to say to make this better? What could he say? He admitted to it. He did it. He enjoyed it. He doesn't feel bad about it. He's going to do it again. Like, what do you want? I didn't know everything about what had happened. Everything I thought was conjecture. That's me, though. I was too impulsive and driven by emotions. Really? The only thing I had in my defense was that I was pregnant and I couldn't fully control my behavior. Wow, why is it always the female characters that are the most sexist? The next day I woke up around 9 in the morning. I checked my phone, but Massimo hadn't called, because he's watching you on all the cameras in the house. I stayed in bed thinking about what I had done yesterday, but any pangs of guilt quickly transformed into anger at his reaction. How could he ignore me now? Oh, great. I ran away, I'm throwing a fit, and I'm pouting, but I'm mad that he hasn't called me. Why hasn't he called me? She really is a fucking child. She is just a spoiled, selfish, self-centered brat with the mentality of a 5-year-old who just throws temper tantrums randomly. Like, why would you want to be married to this person? She's insufferable. With my bad heart and my pregnancy, he should have at least tried to check up on me. She's actually offended now. She wanted to be alone, she got what she wanted, and now she's offended by it. The security personnel were still waiting outside, and they had no idea if I was okay. Why isn't he worried about me? Where? I went down to the kitchen and made myself a cup of tea, without milk. I hadn't bought any. I unpacked the last of the chocolate cookies, and as I was about to put one in my mouth, I noticed something near the ceiling. A red dot. I told you there were fucking cameras! I fucking told you! I took a few steps closer. That's why you haven't called, I murmured, nodding. See, I predicted this. Not that it wasn't the most predictable shit, because he's done it before, but dear God, I was fucking right. Are supposed to be likable characters, and I gave up on that. I gave up on there being likable characters about 2 weeks ago. Because we had multiple confirmations from both the girls, from her and from Olga, that they know exactly what their men do for a living. They know that they are murderers, that they are evil bastards. They sell guns, they sell drugs, God knows what else. They are evil, criminal people who hurt other people, who kill other people. They are both fully well aware of it. And Olga made the argument, and Laura agreed that, hey, that's why they don't tell us about anything. We don't need to know where the money's coming from. We don't need to know what mob situations are going on. It's good for us to be in the dark and just spend their money and live this lavish, exaggerated, pampered lifestyle. As long as we're being treated like this, what does it matter what they do? And they both went along with it. So, no, they're not good people. There is nobody likable. There's nobody redeemable. There's nobody in this at all. Like, she started out at least kind of like innocent of the mob stuff, and she like was surprised and against it in the first book. But this one, she's in. She is in. She is Phoebe Halliwell after she has married Cole. That's who she is. That is a deep cut Charmed reference, because that subplot went away way too quickly. I wish they had stretched that out for like a season. It would have been good. It's pretty close. I don't know. Can a woman be an incel? Because this is written by a woman. That's what shocks me the most about these trashy erotica books that are horrible to women and present these horrible caricatures of women and treat women horribly, that they're written by women. And not that I'm adverse to a dark fantasy. God knows. I'm writing something that I'm sure many people will compare to this garbage. I'm much better at it, and mine does not have the evilness that these have, or the non-con issues. But, like, how do you write that? Again, nothing against a dark fantasy, as long as you own it. If there was a disclaimer at the front of these saying, like, this is a fantasy, this is not real, these relationships are very toxic and harmful, and they should not be emulated in real life, but this is a dark fantasy to explore dark topics, then I'm fine with it. He had a chance to be the good guy, but they fucked around with his character until he left for Nip Tuck. Yeah, true. And I love Nip Tuck. Nip Tuck is an underrated, great show. And I will say, in music, one thing that show always got right was the cinematography, the wardrobe, and the music. Do the plots get insane and a little cheesy sometimes? Hell yes. But it was always very well done. They had a budget. Still pisses me off that Charm fucked up Cole, yeah. I know, because he had the potential to be such a great character, and I always wanted more of him. But yeah, he kept disappearing, and they kept killing him off, and then bringing him back, and they kept changing, whether he's good, he's evil, and it just got like annoying. Because he's in it until I think he made it to like season 6 of 7. Before he finally just left. But also, fun fact about Nip Tuck, the character of Kimber that we meet in the first episode, she was supposed to be a one-off character. We were never supposed to see her again. She was in almost every episode of the series and had some seriously big, like, plot arcs. She became a main character for a couple seasons. There were cameras all over the house. I hadn't noticed them earlier, but they really were everywhere. Why are you surprised? Like, we all predicted this. Including the bathroom. Yeah, of course. Of course. I almost said it. I was going to be like, there's definitely cameras in the bathroom. But yep, the man in black had his eyes on me the whole time. He was probably watching me right now. Well, then flip him the bird. I finished the cookies and went to the bedroom to gather my things, deciding to drive back home. I drove back to the mansion and parked the car by the house. A BMW was in front of the main entrance. Its window was broken. Hesitantly, I stepped out of the Bentley and took a look around. There was nobody there, including my security detail. Oh, this is weird. Oh, what? Did somebody burn the place down? There's still like over 100 pages left, so we're not at the end yet. A cold wave of fear washed over me. A few steps closer to the house, I noticed the door to the gym was open. Some kind of noise, a ruckus, was coming from downstairs. I took a couple steps inside, keeping close to the wall, and stuck my head around the corner. It was Dominic. He was half naked, raging, smashing furniture into pieces. Massimo observed him standing aside, flanked by several of his men. The younger of the brothers was clearly trying to get out of the room, but the others were standing in his way. Okay, what is going on? Dominic was thrashing around, screaming at the top of his lungs, punching the walls. Is he on a bad trip or something? Did he get a hold of bad coke? I wish I had never seen him like that before. Wait, where's Olga? Did she get taken? Did somebody take her? Is that why he's pissed? Even that day when he had nearly killed my security guards after someone tried pushing me and my car off the road hadn't been that bad. I showed myself, but this only stoked the inferno of Dominic's blazing fury. Massimo sent me a quick look before rushing towards me. Go upstairs, he ordered, pushing me to the stairs. Did somebody mistake Olga for her? Which I did predict that would happen. Did somebody mistake Olga for Laura and take her? What's going on? I gave you an order. He roared in my face. Wow, if I wasn't gone forever already, that would do it. Oh, Persnickety could be right. He found out what Olga did. Yeah, that's he didn't know. That's entirely, yeah, he could have found out. And seen the video, and now he wants to kill someone. He's being told no. Same with Daryl from The Walking Dead. He was supposed to be gone after the pilot, but they liked Norman Reedus and decided to keep the character. Oh, cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, I saw the first season of The Walking Dead. I was kind of because it's such a ripoff of so many other things. But then the season 1 finale committed the ultimate stupid on a show that was already borderline really dumb, where they tried to use real science to explain their bullshit fucking science. You should never do this. It's called science fiction for a reason. And yes, it should be based in science, but when you try to use real existing science to prove your scientific bullshit, it all falls apart, you morons. So yeah, as soon as they had the person in the brain scanner, they were like a CT scanner or one of the two or whatever, and they were scanning the brain like as the person dies and then comes back. I was like, okay, no. You've crossed the infinity line of stupid. Stop it. Stop it. You also didn't do any fucking research on what parts of the brain control what. Like, it would have taken you 5 minutes to Google that. 5 minutes. I was like, no, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. That is toxically stupid. I'm so done. Still cannot believe how big of a franchise that became. They don't deserve it. That is one where I can say they don't deserve it. I ran straight to Olga's bedroom and tensed in shock as soon as I crossed the threshold. The bedroom was completely devastated. The bed was splintered, the cupboards toppled over, and the windows broken. I fished out my phone and dialed Olga with shaking hands. Her phone chimed from somewhere beneath the wreckage. I scanned the room again, making sure she wasn't there, and went to the library. As soon as I left the bedroom, one of the security guards appeared and escorted me. Why are you following me? I asked after about 15 minutes, when it became clear the man wouldn't leave me alone. I'm not following you. I'm making sure you're okay, madame. I frowned but kept silent. A long while later, the door opened and Massimo entered. His hands were all scratched. He looked as if someone had dragged him out of bed by force. He stopped in front of me. My eyes teared up. I couldn't help it. The man in black took a seat and pulled me into an embrace. Everything's fine. Don't cry. Oh, yeah, several rooms are destroyed. Dominic's having a Hulk rage moment, but everything's fine. Your best friend is missing. We don't know where Olga is. We haven't seen her yet. So, where is she? I pulled away, tears streaking down my face, and looked into his eyes. Everything's fine? Olga's room is completely wrecked. Dominic looks like he lost his mind, and you're saying everything's fine? Massimo took a deep breath and got up, leaving me on the couch. He walked over to the fireplace and propped his hands against it. Oh, we're doing that pose again. Dominic saw the recording. Yep, he saw the video. Yep, called that. So where is Olga? Is she hiding somewhere? Did she run away? Did he kill her and bury her in the garden? Okay. Stretch break. I cannot wait to make some food after this. I'm always so hungry. I know exactly what I'm gonna make. Broccoli, potatoes, and chicken. Yum, 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 yum. Unless, of course, I get to eat some chips first. I did get the large bag. Also, they sound like they're all broken, though, which has me worried, because I don't like broken chips. Cannot wait to have chips. It's been so long since I had those. They're so good. At first, I didn't understand. He went mad. They started arguing. He didn't let Olga say anything, instead wrecking the place. She ran to my room. When I got there to calm him down, he was trying to shoot himself. Okay, this book has like a casual. This is like the third or fourth time just suicide has been like casually mentioned, or that somebody has attempted it. She said she would have killed herself if not for the baby when she thought Massimo cheated on her. Now Dominic's trying to eat a gun because some whore that he's known for like 10 days looked like she cheated on him. Or like, does he know, like he saw the recording, does he know this? It sounds like he doesn't know the circumstances because he didn't let her say anything, so he just thinks that she cheated. I'm sure somebody will fill him in on, hey, this is what really happened. She cheated on you, but she did it to get you out of jail. What? I exclaimed. He might not look it, but my brother's a very sensitive man, an artist at heart. Yeah, really, really he's so fucking sensitive. It's very hard for him to survive another betrayal. Okay, at some point we're gonna hear about the first one. Oh my god, that recording! I whispered, "What the fuck do you think he was talking?" She really is so stupid. Hiding my head in my hands, it finally dawned on me what this was all about. Where's Olga? She left. What about the BMW in the driveway? She tried taking it, but it made him even worse. He tried stopping her. He broke the window. So, yeah. So, he should be back in jail. My men took him downstairs. It's soundproof. I locked him in there. Olga's safe. Don't worry about her. I'll take you to her as soon as things die down a little. Oh, of course, I can't just get her on the phone or something. No. I shook my head listening to his story. How could this happen? Can you explain all that once more? I asked. Really? You need to be told that again? You need to be told this again. Really? I asked, wiping away the tears and focusing my entire attention on my husband. We received a parcel this morning. Olga was still asleep. Dominic always gets up at 6, so he collected the package himself. He went to the study, played the recording, and went on his rampage. He ran to her room, she ran to mine, I ran downstairs. We fought a bit, and I took his gun. Yeah. Like, it's still so fucked up. Like, nobody does this. Like, it's just so dumb and so, like, contrived and bullshit. And it's just so we can have this, you know, somebody needed to break up temporarily, so it's their turn. If you can't handle betrayal, the mafia might not be a good career. Yeah, seriously. The mafia not known for sensitive, are they? Ugh. He shook his head. That's when Olga joined in, shouting that she did it for him. But then Dominic had no idea what she was talking about, so he went even more mad. He followed her when she left. For a while, they ran around the house. Nobody intervened while he's chasing her and punching out windows. He threw things, breaking our stuff. She ran to the driveway, took the BMW, which I was planning to drive today. I wanted to collect my disobedient wife as soon as she woke up. Oh yeah, let's just throw that in that he was gonna come and like re-kidnap his wife this morning if this hadn't happened. Because we needed that right now. So when Olga wanted to leave, Dominic jumped on the hood and started pummeling the window. Then he kicked it and broke it. That's when I decided to step in. So you were watching him destroy the bedroom and chase his no doubt screaming girlfriend around the house, violently throwing things at her, preventing her from leaving. He's trying to beat the shit out of her. And then when she gets in a car to leave, he punched out the window to stop her from leaving. Yeah, I really wish Mark was here so he could list the crimes that covers, because it's a lot. Good to know she took my car is the worst part of the day's events for him. And he draws the line at damage to his car. I know, right? Like, he didn't care what was happening to Olga. She's disposable to him. If Dominic had thrown something that hit her in the head and killed her, all he would have done is seen to the disposal of the body and made up some lie to tell his wife saying, oh, she got in a fight with Dominic and she went back to Poland by herself. We dragged him to the basement. I gave Olga their car and sent her away to the hotel you stayed in when you first came to Sicily. I sent some men with her. Yeah, because she's no longer a free person. She belongs to them now. Wait a minute, I broke in. You said another betrayal. When was the first one? I asked, confused. Massimo sat down again and stretched, pressing his back into the sofa. What an absolutely draining morning. He covered his eyes and yawned. Let's grab some breakfast. We can talk there. I want you to eat something healthy. You can't keep binging ice cream, chips, and cookies forever. It isn't good for my son. Here's what I'd throw something at him. He took my hand and led me to the dining room. We sat at the massive table laden with food, but the room felt empty. I couldn't remember having breakfast without Olga and Dominic. Will they make up? I asked, nibbling on some bacon. Massimo raised his eyes and shrugged. If he starts listening and allows her to explain everything, I'd wager they will. But will she want him back after what he did? He pushed his chair away from the table and looked at me. No normal woman would take a man that keeps wrecking stuff and trying to kill her and himself. What is this line? Did they put that in to be like, we really know that none of this is normal or acceptable. We know, but these are crazy people. That's what that line feels like. That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah, no, I totally, yeah, I've thought that from the beginning. It's gonna be a boy and a girl. Absolutely. Absolutely. Doesn't care his brother's distraught and suicidal. Nope, brother damaging his car is still the worst part. Can't imagine having breakfast without these people she's known for 6 weeks. I know. Going for all girls never happens. Oh, really? I asked sarcastically. And how about a man who kills people, shoots their hands through, or breaks their legs out of jealousy? That's a completely different matter, he replied. Oh, really, asshole? Oh, fucking really, is it? Shaking his head. But since we're speaking of Dominic, he was once in love before. Olga isn't his first true love. Katya was. Several years ago, we went to Spain on business. We stayed at a hotel owned by one of the local bosses. The day before we left, he invited us to his house, hosting us like kings. There was cocaine, alcohol, and women. One of those girls was Katya. She was gorgeous, a Ukrainian with golden hair. She was that Spanish guy's favorite, but he had a weird way of showing it. Namely, he treated her like shit. I don't know what was so special about her, but Dominic lost his head. At some point, he couldn't hold it in anymore, and he asked her why she was letting the man treat her like that. She told him she didn't have anywhere to go. So Dominic, always the gallant knight, gave her his hand and said she could go with him right then and right there. Okay, did he get shot for stealing somebody else's girl? He must have impressed her, but she finally decided against it, and we went back to Sicily. A couple weeks later, she called him and said the other guy wanted to kill her, was holding her against her will, and had knocked out her teeth. And she didn't have anyone else to call. Massimo sighed with a chuckle. Oh yeah, this is real funny. And my stupid brother got on a plane and went to the guy's place alone. The Spaniard let him in. He knew Dominic. As soon as he went inside, my little brother knocked out the guy's teeth with the handle of his gun, tied him up, and snapped a dozen humiliating photos of him. What do you mean humiliating? I interrupted. Darling, there we go, our first burnable of the evening, finally. Darling, he replied with a laugh, putting a hand on my knee. I'm struggling to put it into words. For a while he considered how best to put his meaning across. An amused smile flashed across his face. Well, to be blunt, he put his dick in the man's mouth so it looked like the guy was sucking him off, and he said that if the Spaniard ever went after him, he'd hang one from each lamppost all across the country. Then he took Katya and flew back to Sicily. Really? I was gonna say he like the guy's pants down or something, like just show him naked or something like that, or like maybe I get to like he peed on the guy or something like a wolf, but literally putting your dick in somebody else's mouth. Why this guy didn't bite him, I don't know. But no, the humiliating thing is that like because this has got a case of the not gays, which is the thing when same thing when Laura was demanding her submissive time from Massimo and she tried to put a finger up his butt and he went mental. Like we saw that coming. It's the same thing. Because yeah, in certain cultures, and certainly the mob is one of them, being gay is not okay in some circumstances. Or if you're not gay, if you're the head of the family and you're straight, being seen to do gay things is like the most humiliating, embarrassing, blah 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 blah. I mean, that's probably the truest thing written in this book because it is true. And still to this day, not going to deny it. Why do the brothers' girlfriends all sound like mail order brides or worse, trafficked to these guys? Yeah, because they are. The only women that are ever around these guys are women being trafficked. That's what they are. Because the guy might be gay, and that's humiliating. Yes. Yes, it's the 90s, got a case of the not gays. He mentioned a past girlfriend. You know who was supposed there have been so many characters that were supposed to be gay on Star Trek. In Enterprise it was Malcolm Reed. He always came across as gay. The actor himself has said it. So then when it was like in season 2 and rumors are going around that the actor was playing a gay character, they did Shuttle Pod 1 where he famously records a list of goodbye letters to all these women that he has supposedly bedded, and it was the most in-your-face, I'm not gay thing they ever did, and it was absurd and stupid. On DS9, you have Bashir and Garrick, who, by the way, the first couple times I watched for season 1 of DS9, for a couple episodes, I thought Garrick was female. I did. I thought this was a woman, or like a trans person or something. I didn't get that Garrick was male or straight. So do we ever see him? We don't really ever see him with a woman. Zial gets a crush on him later, but it's unreturned. And both Andrew Robbins and Alexander Siddig, who play Bashir and Garrick, have said they played it as a gay couple for the first 2 seasons. They dropped it later because they both got kind of love interests. Well, Bashir did. Garrick never did. But they did other things with him. But they have both said they consider themselves the first canonically gay couple in Star Trek, and that's absolutely how they were playing it. Plus, I also think Andrew Robbins actually is gay in real life. Alexander Siddig we know is not, because he married Nana Visitor while they were on the show, and that's why she was later pregnant on the show, because she really was pregnant. And they wrote in an in-joke once where she, in character, looks at the doctor and says, this is all your fault. Why are there sirens? It's because it's Saturday. I went pretty mad, but I couldn't exactly do anything. Nothing happened for another few months. The Spaniard didn't want to do business with us anymore, but at least he didn't try to kill Dominic. But it all went downhill that summer. We were at a banquet in Paris. The Spaniards were there too. He dropped his head and snorted with laughter. This is all very funny to him, shaking his head disapprovingly. Once a whore, always a whore. Dominic discovered her fucking her ex in the bathroom. He didn't go there entirely by accident, but that's not the point. The point is she did what he did. Dominic broke into pieces then. He started doing drugs, drinking, fucking around, as if she'd give a shit, as if she'd know. Didn't she? The Spaniard took her again, and she was found dead a week later. Overdose. Massimo sighed. So you see, baby girl. Oh, we get 2. The situation's rather difficult and more complex than it appears. By the way, that does not say that the girl went willingly to the ex. He could have just kidnapped her, and she's dead a week later. That sounds like he wanted revenge on her for getting away. So, he forced her into a tryst. It said Dominic didn't get there on his own. Yeah, because one of the men said, hey, she's doing whatever. It was a setup. So Dominic wouldn't go after her. The Spaniard can take her back and kill her. That's what that is. And if you're too stupid to but he's too stupid to see it. He's, no, she betrayed me. Not like she could have been coerced or forced or anything. Eric's one true love was always Cardassia. That's true. That's how I viewed it. No physical person could ever live up to that. Oh, yeah. True. That's very true. Never more so than during the Dominion Wars, where, and again, the number of times he could have betrayed Cardassia to make his own life better. The things that he must know. He was an intelligence operative for decades. He still had connections during the show. He still knew what was what. He was still up on what was going on. Imagine the information he could have traded to Starfleet, to the Romulans, to the Klingons, to anybody, to get himself a very cozy, very wealthy life in a minute. But he would never do it because that would be betraying Cardassia, and he would never, ever, ever do that. I know, doesn't he sound so great? He probably did. Game of Thrones. Tyrion's father, because he fell in love with a whore, and what did his father do? He, took her to a group of his men and got them all to fuck her in front of Tyrion because she's just a whore. She's just doing it for the money. So that's probably where this came from. That's probably where this backstory came from. It's probably from Game of Thrones. Because nothing in this is original. It's all lifted from somewhere. But we can play with fire once. Then I have to read the back of the page. Okay. Trying not to set my hand on fire. Oh, I didn't mark either of these. Dumbass. Okay. Your first baby girl of the evening, and darling. So, for the first time this evening, fire, 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 fire. That got very smoky. Mm. Smells good. I need to speak with him. Massimo's eyes widened. I'll explain it to him. Okay, but do not make me untie him. Excuse me? You tied him up? He nodded with a smile. He tied up his brother. You're sick. Come on. I walked down the stairs. I asked Massimo to stay on the ground floor. He agreed but stayed on the mezzanine to hear what was being said. I entered the rec gym and looked around. Dominic was sitting in the middle of the room tied to a metal chair. That nearly broke my heart. Why are we doing this? Why is any of this here? I walked over to him and took his face in my hands. He was calm now, or exhausted. I'm going with exhausted, and probably very sore. He raised his eyes, red with tears, but wasn't able to say anything. My God, Dominic, what have you done? I whispered, stroking his cheeks. If you just listen to me, all will be clear. But please, listen to what I say. She cheated on me, he growled, and his eyes flashed with anger. I pulled away. Another whore betrayed me, he roared. Well, she is a whore. Like, Olga is not innocent in all of this. Thrashing on the chair, I jumped back, shocked. Dominic tried to break out of his ties, but Massimo was a master at tying people up. I knew from experience. He's only ever put cuffs on her. He's never, used rope or anything to tie her up, so she has no basis for this. Fucking hell, Dominic, I cried, out of ideas. You fucking egotistical bastard. You might be an idiot, but that doesn't mean everyone else has to be one. I walked back to him and cupped his face in my hands. Now listen to me for 5 minutes and then I'll untie you. That's probably not a good idea right now. He glared at me for a moment. When I was sure I could start speaking, he released another furious roar. What is with these boys and roaring? It's so dumb. The chair he was tied to toppled over with Dominic still bound. The man in black appeared and lifted his brother. He walked over to one of the cabinets still in place and returned with a roll of black duct tape. He plastered it over his brother's mouth, so now he's going to suffocate. Now you keep quiet and she speaks, then we'll all have lunch, he said coldly and took a seat astride a boxing bag Dominic had torn down. I grabbed a chair and sat facing the young Italian. I started talking. It took me 20 minutes to tell him all about Olga's sacrifice, Adam's scheme, and sending the parcel as revenge. Massimo confirmed my story, and we ripped the duct tape off Dominic's lips. The man in black untied him. The young Italian crumpled to the ground with a dull thud and started crying. Massimo knelt by his side and picked him up, hugging his little brother. It was the most touching scene between the two I'd ever witnessed. I decided to stay. With each passing minute, I was feeling more and more like an intruder. I went upstairs and stopped halfway so they couldn't see me. For a long while, the two men stayed still, arms wrapped around each other. They spoke in Italian, and I didn't understand a word. Let's go see her, Dominic said, getting up. I need to see her. Take a shower first, Massimo suggested. And I'll tell the doctor to dress those bruises and cuts. He's been waiting for an hour now. I thought we'd have to tranquilize you, to be honest, he said with a smile. That may have been a good idea a couple hours ago. I'm so sorry, Dominic sobbed, dropping his head. She won't forgive me. She will, I said, walking upstairs. She's seen worse. Yeah, this is true. I know, right? We can now burn our first appearance of Baby Girl tonight. I stopped at the door to Olga's room and turned the key in the lock. Back in the car, I had decided to talk to her alone first, before Dominic made his own attempt. I crossed the threshold in the short corridor, reaching the living room. Olga was nowhere to be seen. I went deeper inside, finally finding her on the terrace with a bottle of vodka clutched in one hand. I'm like, we're gonna find her passed out drunk, right? Tastes like shit, she replied, not looking at me. He's here, downstairs. Fuck him. I want to go back to Poland, she growled, turning to face me and put the booze down. He fucking threw a vase at me. She glared at me as I fought to stifle my nervous giggling. Why is everybody laughing right now? I failed and burst out laughing. Shit, I'm sorry, I stammered, putting a hand over my mouth. Olga sat still, confused, watching me with rising anger as I tried to compose myself. He tried to kill me. This is true. With what? A vase? I laughed uncontrollably again, raising my arms. I'm sorry, but that's just hilarious. Okay, she's officially the worst. She's officially the worst. I cannot think of a worse way to handle this. Or a worse thing to say. Like, what the actual fuck? Just everyone is the absolute worst, and everyone's reaction to this is the worst. Ugh. Her face slowly but surely lost its cross expression. After a while, she finally joined me in laughter. Yes, she drunk. Fuck off, she managed between spasms of cackling. Attempted murder with a vase is still attempted murder. Yes, it is, and none of this is a laughing situation. He wrecked the car, the gym, and the bedroom, and finally Massimo tied him up in the basement. Good for him. She crossed her arms. You should leave him there to rot. I put my hand on hers. Hey, he was right to react that way? No, he wasn't! No, he wasn't right to react that way. Nothing was right about the way he reacted. Yeah, domestic abuse is hilarious. He tried to kill his girlfriend. It's not the first time she's been the victim of shit like this. But everybody, like Massimo and Laura, they're both just laughing their asses off about this. Why is this so terrible? Just why? Olga narrowed her eyes, still looking at me. You know yourself how that recording looked. What was he supposed to think? Maybe you two should talk it over right now. I don't care if she really was cheating on him. That doesn't give him the right to react the way that he did. I was about to call my husband when the two brothers barged into the room with a loud bang of the doors swinging open and hitting the wall. I raised my arms, capitulating. Olga slid the terrace door shut with an equally loud noise, staying outside. Before I even started shouting at the two idiots, Massimo grabbed me, threw me over his shoulder, and carried me to the living room, making space for his brother. Okay, can't just say, like, come with me or we'll wait outside. No. Again, for the second time today, she's being physically picked up and thrown over someone's shoulder and carried out of the room. Dominic stormed across the room and went to his knees at Olga's feet. He's going to propose, isn't he? And she's going to say yes. Let them talk it out, Massimo said, kissing me with a roguish smile. There's certain words that should never appear in these books. Roguish is one of them. I took a look outside and froze, dumbfounded. Dominic was kneeling down, holding a ring in his outstretched hands. He was proposing to my friend. Yep, there we go. So predictable. Olga's face expressed total and complete surprise. She clasped her hands to her face, pressing back into the sunbed. Dominic spoke to her. Seconds passed, but it felt like hours. Then she did something I hadn't expected at all. She got up and crossed the room, saying nothing, disappearing into the corridor. I released my hold on Massimo and followed her. I caught her in the elevator. We rode to the ground floor. I'm leaving, Olga said, her eyes tearing up. This is just too much. I'm out. This probably makes her the smartest person in the room. Like, this definitely probably makes her the absolute smartest person right now. What do you bet? What do you bet that she doesn't leave? I'm betting she doesn't even make it to a car. I hugged her and broke down crying. I couldn't make her stay. She'd already done too much for me. We got into the car and drove back to the mansion where she quietly packed her things. An hour later, Massimo appeared in the doorway announcing that the plane was waiting at the airport ready to take her to Poland. I cried all the way to the airport. What would the future hold for me now that I was completely alone? Olga left. Yeah, she's going to come back. End of chapter. I mean, at least there's a little bit of unexpected because I wasn't expecting her to say no or to leave. But I'm betting that is very short-lived. Yeah, I'm with Persnickety. They'll be married within 10 pages. I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. Yeah, he got over it real fast. What do you bet we hear in the background that guy turned up dead? I mean, I hope that guy turns up dead. He's one of many people in this book that needs to die, but okay, brief stretch break because I gotta learn to sit up better. Oh, but also round 2 of shameless self-promotion. Reminder that to help a girl out and help the channel keep going and mostly to help me pay off my bills, etc. and, groceries and stuff like that, all of which is good while I'm still very much looking for a job. I must have applied to 50 things in the last 2 weeks. And I swear, the recommend, like, we found this job and thought you'd be a good match, they're not getting any better. They're getting dumber. The last one was for operating a sheet press at a metalworks factory. There ain't all even remotely on my resume that would indicate that I am qualified to do this. Ever. But for $10, we have our bag o' random ducks, where I'll draw one at random and you get to name it, or I will. We have a lot of ducks that haven't been seen yet. Some of them are really cool. There's some very interesting takes on ducks in here. Or we, of course, have our very illustrious painted ducks. I can't believe Turducken Duck is still here. I really thought that would go, like, immediately because it's super cool. For $25, I will put on these handcuffs, which is my favorite. I really got to get ones that leave better marks, though. Like ones that have edges or spikes in the middle or something. I don't know. I don't know, but I will look into it. because I'm sure there is a something. Very funny persnickety. But these are a personal favorite because they get good and tight and they leave marks for at least a while, and you can feel them for a couple days, so that's good. I like this. This pleases me. Or, of course, for $50, that is the magical threshold, and we will open the magic bag of chips, and I'll finally get to eat the all dressed chips. Not entirely on stream because I know it'll make a lot of noise, but magic bag of chips waiting to be opened. A local business had that on their sign. Good. Points to them. I'm all for creative slogans on your business signage. I mean, it works. And some of them are good. Some of them are really funny. Chapter 15. Where's the puppy? No, he's under his puppy bed being a puppy. I think he's under there. I'm not sure. It's hard to tell sometimes. He kind of melts into the blanket pile. Two days until Christmas Eve. I cared very little for the holiday season spent without family, friends, and most important, Olga. Dominic vanished as soon as she left, and Massimo didn't seem to care at all. He worked, hosted various guests, and came up with the weirdest tasks for me to keep my mind off my loss. I accompanied Maria in picking decorations for the house, and tested Christmas dishes with the new chef. Massimo even sent me to Palermo to shop. None of that had made me happier without Olga. So Massimo's gonna go behind her back and arm twist her into coming back. We made love every day and every night, as if that could bring me some solace. It didn't. Slowly, I started realizing my true circumstance. I was completely, totally, absolutely alone. When normal people marry, they usually only lose their freedom to have sex with anyone. In my case, the loss was a lot greater. I had lost my entire life. Yeah? One of the job offers I got was for construction supervisor, which required 8 different certifications that were not listed. Yeah, no, I get that every day though. It's every day there's something that I'm horribly not qualified. Or again, yeah, things that require certifications. I get a lot of things saying, "Oh, we think you'd be good as a real estate agent." You have to be licensed for this. Or selling insurance. Again, you have to be licensed for that. I am not licensed for either of these things, and yet I get at least 5 a week for both of them, and it's how do I tell it to stop? I called Olga often, but she sounded numb, like a zombie. Maybe she was drunk. Well, she is perpetually drunk, in case you haven't noticed. I tried chatting with Kuba, but he didn't have time for me. The only thing that kept my spirits up was the fact that my baby was developing correctly and was healthy. The ostensibly ideally, there's a fucking sentence, of my new life did not bring me true happiness. The day before Christmas Eve, I needed some alone time. I'm going to Messina for a day, I said to Massimo as we were having breakfast. He put down his fork and faced me, trying to read my mind. When are you leaving? He asked. That took me by surprise. Conflicting feelings flitted through my mind. Anger, confusion, and satisfaction. I had predicted he'd start a fight, ask too many questions, or simply look worried. Instead, my husband just accepted my choice. Right now, I grumbled, getting up. I'll ask Maria to pack you some food. I don't want my son to eat cookies and ice cream. I sat behind my Bentley's steering wheel and watching the security guys load their SUV with tons of food for me. There was a lot of it. Too much by far. Okay, that's the end of a paragraph. So why are we, like, I don't know. We're going to get surprise Olga returning? We did say it'd be less than 10 pages. It's been a page and a half. But, like, seriously, how much food do you need to take for, like, a day of probably shopping? And also, there's restaurants and stuff. You don't need to do this. An hour later, I reached my house. The door guards unpacked my stuff, leaving it in the kitchen. When I waited on the couch in the living room, I stared at the ceiling, the fireplace, the Christmas tree with rising ire. I had to talk with someone. Anyone. I grabbed my laptop and switched it on, scanning my friend list, searching for someone I'd like to talk to. There was no one that came to mind. I was just about to slam the computer shut when I had an idea. There was another person that I could and should talk to. I typed the name into the Facebook search bar. It popped up immediately. That is not how Facebook works. We were friends, it seemed, for a while. I tried to remember how that might have happened, but since nothing came to mind, I pressed the message button. What should I write? And should I even contact the man? Oh, great. So she's contacting a man, so hubby's gonna love this. Was it only a subconscious need to talk to provoke my husband, or did I really want to talk to Damien? Really? The guy the guy that your husband had his arms and legs broken. You think he wants to hear from you? And yes, this is just to piss off her husband because she's a petulant, spoiled child who doesn't care if she gets somebody else killed by contacting them. Oh, I know. That is what it is they have to send out enough. Yeah, they have to send out, like, that ad out to 20 people. They don't care at all. They just send it. I know, seriously. Seriously. Like, this guy should never want to see or hear from her ever again. My finger slipped, sending a single random letter. Fuck, I muttered. It took only a couple of seconds for the laptop to notify me that Damien was calling me. Really? Really? The app chimed repeatedly. Panicked, I frantically started clicking on everything, trying to close the window, but I accidentally accepted the call. Really? This person was supposedly the manager of a hotel and she can't manage to fucking close a window? Everything all right? Damien asked, looking right at me. I didn't respond, dumbstruck, gaping at him. Wasn't I supposed to be the one asking that question? Yes! Despite all the bruises on his face, he still looked good. His thick lips were even thicker now with the swelling. He was resting on a white pillow, watching me closely. Hey, everything cool, he repeated when I didn't reply. Hi there, warrior, I stammered. How are you feeling? He smiled and shrugged. I'd feel better if I got in a fight, but, you know, he sighed and averted his eyes. What happened? I can't say. His eyes flicked back to look at me and his lips narrowed in a thin line. Damn it, Damien, I growled, annoyed. What does that even mean? If my husband did that to you, I'd like to know. Husband, he cut in. Massimo Torselli is your husband? Nobody even told him this? Like, are you fucking, this guy should not be talking to her. Nodded and he paused, hesitating. What did you get yourself into, girl? He pushed himself up on the pillow. Do you know what this man does for a living? I do well enough. It was my time to interject. And the last thing I need now is a sermon about morality. Yeah. Especially from you. You're not a saint either. Besides, it's already done. I'm married and expecting a baby. I tried telling you before the fight, but there was no time. Tamian's eyes grew wide and his jaw dropped. Time passed and I wondered if I should say something else, hang up or just smack my head into the monitor. Finally he spoke. You're going to have a baby? I nodded with a smile. Now it makes sense. I sent him a questioning look. If I knew all that, I'd never have done what I did. I'm not suicidal, you know. He replied to my unvoiced question. What happened to what happened to me is my fault, no one else. No, it's largely her fault, actually. I stared at him, waiting for an explanation. As soon as I went downstairs, Carol's men showed up and took me with them. They wanted to have a talk, you see. I went along, still having no idea at who I threw punches at back at the hotel. So I challenged Massimo again. Carol was there. He got so angry he called Massimo. Your husband accepted my suggestion to finish what we started. Okay, he gets idiot points for that. We met in Carol's villa and fought outside like stupid kids, Hamian said, sighed and shook his head. It was slippery with all the snow. I slipped and broke a leg and an arm. Very humiliating. Your husband just finished what I started and got my other leg and arm. But he didn't take my life, and I'm eternally grateful for that. I didn't know who I was fighting. When they told me I'd thank God for my luck, normally he would have shot me. Okay, we've lowered the bar so far. This is also exceedingly stupid. Like, my brain hurts. Oh. Can I hang this up and make food yet? No. Puppy, where are you? I need a cuddle pup. Bo! Where are you actually? Bo! Bo! Oh, I see a tail. Okay, he is under the puppy bed. I wasn't sure. But the tail has moved, so now I know he's under there. He always forgets to tuck his tail in. Come here, you silly boy. Come here. Yes, I see your tail. Yes, I see your tail. Come on. He's going, but I'm very warm under here. Come on. Come to mommy. I know I'm waking you up, and that's mean. Come on. Come on. I want to rub your belly. Come here. He's very sleepy. He'll come over in a minute. Just let him wake up. Come here, you silly boy. Come here. Come on. Remember, you have feet. Come on, you. Come here. Come on. Come on, my good boy. Come on, you're my good boy. Come on. Okay, stay there in a puppy ball then. Come on, you silly thing. You want your belly rubbed? You just gonna lay there? Apparently, yes, he's just gonna lay there. Okay, you don't want cuddles. Oh, that got him moving. He knows that word. Come here, you. Come on, cuddles. Cuddles, cuddles, cuddles. Come on. That's my good boy. Come here. Come here, my good boy. There we are. Oh, come here. Yeah, come here. Okay, there we are. Hi. Hi. Wow, you stink. Yeah, that's why you're getting a bath tomorrow, because you stink. Yes, you stink. Yes, you stinky. But that's okay. I have paws. You have hands. Please use them for me. Yes, I know. I know. He's so cute. Oh, he's all warm and sleepy. I know. I'm a bad mommy for disturbing you. I know. But I needed a puppy cuddle. Yeah, I needed a puppy cuddle. Oh, and I am looking for treats that I can feed him So hopefully next week we will have a $5 option to give the puppy a treat, a very small treat. So he doesn't get too fat. But it'll be made out of chicken, which is his favorite thing. Yes, it's your favorite thing, isn't it? Yes, this chicken's just the best thing in the whole world. Yes, and you're so sleepy. Look at this little face. Look at the little face on him. Look how cute he is. He's so cute. Yes, he's so cute. Yeah, he's just falling asleep. Mm-hmm. Oh, you're so warm. You're so warm, but you don't smell good. Too much dirt. Too much dirt. Too much dirt on you. Oh, look at you. Look at you. Look how cute he is. Yeah. Oh, sleepy baby. Oh, so sweet. Yes, you are. So sweet. Come here. Come here. I've got your head. I got your head. See? I got your head. Yes, rub the belly, rub the belly, rub the belly. Good baby. You're so good. You're so good. Yes, you are. Yeah. Yes, I'm going to wrap you up nice and snuggly in bed later. Yeah. Wrap you in a blankie. That's a good baby. Yeah. He's just like, rub the belly. Rub the belly. Nothing else exists. Rub the belly. Yes, you're just a happy boy. My cuddle baby. I love you so much. Okay. Go back under your puppy bed, okay? Yes. Needed to cuddle you, you little thing. Yeah. Good baby. You're so good. Yes, you are. You're so good. Okay. Go back to your nice warm spot. There we go. Good baby. He's such a good boy. Hey, Deacon. No, I hope you got here in time to see a little bit of the puppy. I needed a puppy cuddle break. It's bad. It's so bad. And it just keeps getting worse. Whatever the worst, most toxic, horrible option is, the book has been picking it for like the last hour. Oh, also, since we know that Massimo is watching her on the cameras in the house and he's going to see her talking to this guy on a video call, what do we bet he breaks down the door any minute? I sat back mulling over Damien's words, what Massimo had told me days before, that not everything is as it seems, suddenly started making sense. I didn't know if I was more angry with Damien or Massimo, or maybe I had no reason to be mad at all. Damien's voice brought me back to reality. You know who could have told her all this? Her idiot husband. He could have said, hey, the guy called me and challenged me to a fight. I couldn't back down. He slipped and took a bad fall, and yeah, I broke his other 2 limbs, but I let him live, because that's the code. He challenged me to a fight, I kicked his ass. Like, what do you get by saying nothing? Oy. How are you feeling? He asked. Great, not counting the bit where my totalitarian husband tried to kill someone on my account. We both laughed. Yeah, this is a real laughing matter, talking to the guy he almost killed. I live on Sicily now, in Taormina, but I had to move out for a day or two, catch my breath. I shrugged. So I'm alone and wanted to talk to somebody. Care to show me around? He asked, crossing his arms behind his head with a grin. He was just too gorgeous to say no to. She really is the worst. I grabbed the laptop and turned it around so he saw the house. I passed through rooms showing him the property, finally reaching the garden where I sat on one of the big white sofa chairs. I put on my shades and uncorked a bottle of alcohol-free fizzy wine I had grabbed back in the kitchen. So that's that, my humble abode. Well, my humble retreat where I go when I want to be alone, but is that alcohol? Damien growled, cutting me off as I lifted my glass. I laughed. This is 100% alcohol free. Tastes like the real thing, but that's it. No other effects, unfortunately. If Massimo saw me drinking, he'd lock me up in the basement. Oh, he's building up to that anyway. Aren't you sick of all that? He asked hesitantly. Wouldn't you like to return to your life? To Poland? No, because she doesn't seem to have had much of a life there to begin with. I took a moment to consider his question. The last couple days had been unpleasant. That was true. When was the last thing that happened that was pleasant? But I had entertained that but I had entertained that very thought. But when I was asked to assess how I felt and what I wanted, I suddenly wasn't so sure anymore. Bitch, you know you're married now. You're married and knocked up. So what is this bullshit of do I want to go back to my old life? Do I want to go back to Poland? You don't have those options anymore. It's not that simple. I'm the wife of a very powerful man. He wouldn't let me go. But I carry his child too, and nobody normal would have me. I have too much going on. Okay, that was a really bad way to put that, but he's basically saying, I'm trapped and I want out, but I can't leave. Yeah, that's going to be true for the rest of your life. There is no getting out. Maybe nobody normal, but a guy who gets his arms broken for you. Okay, what's with this? Why is every single guy, even a guy who's been through this, still wants her? Like, what the actual fuck? Like, it is the most main character syndrome thing ever. It is very much Bella in Twilight, who mysteriously all the guys want to get with this woman for no reason. Like, this is so much fucking bullshit. Can we have one male character that is not obsessed with her? I love him. I cut him short before he said too much. I'm madly in love with him, and that's my biggest problem. But let's talk about you, or rather what you're doing for Carol. I fixed him with a stare, crossed my arms, and waited. Time passed, but Damien only fidgeted uneasily in his sheets. To be perfectly honest, I'm not doing much at the moment, he frowned. You know how it is. I was young when he asked me to work as a bouncer in one of his clubs. I used to work out a lot. I was big and stupid, so I agreed. The money was okay, and there wasn't a lot of work. At some point, it turned out I wasn't that stupid after all, so I got promoted. If I hadn't gotten in, if I hadn't gotten the contract in Spain, I'd probably have known Massimo from a different perspective. Wait, I lifted my hand. When we were together, you were, yeah, a bad boy? Why didn't I ever notice? Damien laughed, accidentally hitting his cast-covered arm on his head. Ouch. He rubbed the hurting spot. Oh, you know, babe, how would that sound? Hi, I'm Damien and I'm in a gang, but I'm a good guy at heart. What the actual fuck? Why is any of this here? None of this is going to matter. At all. None of this is ever going to matter. Wait a minute, I interrupted, seeing Rocco and Marco, my identical twin bodyguards. What? We have more twins? Why did we need more twins in this? Sprint across the garden towards me. They shot nervous glances around, and then I stared at them, raising an eyebrow and sipping on my wine. Don't speak now, I warned Damien, turning the laptop around so the camera caught the two security guards' confusion. See what I have to cope with? It's because Massimo is there, because he's furious. I asked in a whisper and switched to English. What's going on, gentlemen? Are you lost? My sarcasm elicited a snort of laughter from my ex. Madam, the cameras in the garden haven't been connected yet. Can you return inside? I sent them a disbelieving look and scoffed. Get me my husband, I ordered, pointing my chin at the phone Rocco was holding. He dropped his head. Right now. I took the offered smartphone. Aren't you overreacting a bit, Massimo? The day is warm and I needed some time in the sun, I said before he managed to open his mouth. Your son needs fresh air. Tell your goons to scram. Silence was his only reply. For a long while he said nothing but finally spoke. They won't be able to see you when you're in the garden. Maybe let Rocco stay around. So he literally is not letting her out of his sight for a second. Ever. Which is like a whole other level of creepy. I glanced at the monitor. The window showing the view from Damien's camera was minimized, but I was certain the bodyguard would report my conversation to Massimo. Like he doesn't already know. How does he not already know? Darling, there we go. There's 3 for the evening, I said softly, knowing this was the best way to change his mind. If I wanted company, I would have chosen yours. Trust me and let me be alone now. I'm feeling great, I'm okay, and I'm going to eat lunch in a minute. I can report in every hour if you like. Can you imagine having to fucking live like this? It'd go insane. No matter how, like, expensive everything was or how pampered, it'd still go nuts. I'm about to have a meeting. It may last until the evening. He paused and sighed after a while. The security guards will check up on you every so often. I nearly clapped my hands in glee. I love you, I whispered. I love you too. See you tomorrow. Now give me Rocco. I breathed out with relief and passed the phone to the man, flashing him a wide smile. He responded with a grim stare and left, barking something into the receiver. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, goes somewhere to be alone, feels lonely, and calls another man. I know, like, uh, Deacon, go fully southern. I have no idea what in the world I just read. No. Nobody cares about any of these relationships. They're all incredibly fucked up. They make no sense. Nobody in them makes any sense. Nobody acts like a normal person or responds normally to anything at all, ever. But I need the ladies' room, so 2-minute break. Talk amongst yourselves. Check out the ducks. Consider adding to our ducks, especially the painted ones, because I need to make more room on the thing to paint more ducks. So, no, puppy went right back under the puppy bed into his spot. Aww. He's literally back in the exact same spot because it was nice and warm. So he's like, going back to my spot. Did my puppy duty. Got cuddles. Returned to napping space. Alright, I'll be right back. Yes, they are. Don't think I know that game. Hey, we officially have less than 100 pages left. Woo! And the next book is slightly shorter than this one. I don't remember the page count, but it is a little bit shorter. Wait, didn't have a word to burn. Where is it? Oh yeah, I gotta finish this page. And remember to mark it down because I didn't. I'm back, I said, opening the window with the conversation. That's my life now. I'm under constant surveillance. Damien laughed and shook his head in disbelief. We spent another hour or two talking about the good old times. He told me about his life in Spain and all the places he'd visited during his career as a successful MMA fighter. He spoke about the people he'd met, training in Thailand, Brazil, and the USA. I listened intently, inwardly happy that I had sent him that random letter. On the one hand, I felt sorry for him because of the injuries he had suffered on my account, but on the other, I was glad we could have this talk. Yeah, this talk should not be happening. I gotta go, he said as the microphone registered a noise in his room. Sebastian is here with my food. I smiled, looking at him with fondness. Will you promise me something? Damien asked hesitantly. You know I hate questions like that. I don't know what you're asking for. Promise me you'll call me once in a while. I can't call you. He frowned and shook his head. Carol will break the rest of my bones if I do, or your husband will shoot me. Okay, so now she's gonna have secret conversations with a guy. Yeah, that's gonna go over real fucking well. I adore you, my warrior, I replied with a smile. And yes, I can promise you that. Now, bon appetit. Damien blew a kiss at the camera and ended the call. Really? 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 Her husband just broke your arms and legs, and you're still flirting with the married woman and saying, call me in secret. Like, she's not just stupid. She has no sense of self preservation and no sense of, like, trying to protect others. This happened to this guy entirely because of her. And he apparently just doesn't care. I'm starting to get really hungry. I was getting a little nauseous after drinking all the fizzy wine. I hadn't eaten since this morning. I went back into the house and spent 15 minutes in the kitchen preparing a hefty meal. Then I lugged it all to the garden, sat at the table nibbling on an olive, and sank into the depths of the internet. That could mean a lot of things. But first things first, it's time to play with fire. Once again, we have Darling. 2-1 so far. Smells pretty good. A little bit of that, fireplace kind of smell. I always wonder why they don't sell that as an air freshener. It's a good smell. Mm. Madame Torricelli. I jumped to my feet, clutching my heart. I'm sorry, I didn't want to scare you. I lifted my eyes, shielding them from the sun with one hand, and saw a man. He edged closer, stepping into a spot of shade and flashing a friendly smile. His head was bald and angular, almost square-shaped. His chin was covered with a light stubble that surrounded his wide mouth. The man offered me a hand, fixing me with a stare of his green eyes. I'm Nacho, your gardener. Nice to meet you. Not an Italian name, is it? I replied dumbly. I shook his hand. His grip was strong. It's Spanish. Nacho raised his brows, his smile widening as he stepped deeper into the shadows so I could see him clearly. Oh, we suddenly have a Spanish guy right after we've had the first mention of Spanish people in this entire book. I nearly cried out loud seeing his body for the first time. It was entirely covered with colorful tattoos, forming something akin to a long-sleeved shirt on his skin. They began around the wrist and ended at the neck. It was evident the man was accustomed to physical labor. His body was perfectly toned, with not a gram of fat visible anywhere. He wasn't big or overly muscular, though but wiry, like a football player or an athlete. His tank top barely covered his shaven torso. How do you know he shaves? He could wax. And his bright denim trousers were loose on his hips, revealing white underwear. Okay, you know that's like a gay thing to have your underwear like when it's normal underwear and not boxers and your pants aren't to your knees and not that rapper shit. But it's mega gay sign to have your underwear above your jeans. It also says I'm looking for some. If not for the tool belt, they would have slid even lower, uncovering an even more interesting spot. I gaped at him. I might have drooled a little. I slapped myself hard, though, only in my mind, to shake myself out of my daze. Okay, so we have yet another, like, perfectly sculpted body, handsome guy, just this one comes with tattoos. And here's the thing, though. Here's the fucking thing. Oh, no. Why did I move things? Never move things off your desk, ever. Just never, ever, ever, ever move things. Don't do that. Because then you can't find anything, and then you have to get up and get the thing because I may have been wrong about something. Also, again, Amazon was supposed to pick up the book return today. It's 10 o'clock. Nobody's fucking coming. So my phone beeped a couple times. I wonder if they sent an update. Nope. 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 Just a message from 8:30 this morning saying they are coming by today. Well, guess what? They didn't. But I have. Give me 1 minute. This will be worth it. Okay, so as I said, I ordered 2 copies this week of the third book that are both going back because they were not as described and I don't like being ripped off. However, it was my first time seeing the cover. Where once again, we have half a face. If the first book is Massimo, the second book is Laura. I thought that this guy was the eviler twin because he looks like Massimo. So I thought this guy was the eviler twin and he was going to be the main bad guy of the third book. However, look here. Look, colorful tattoos up to his neck. So is the gardener that we're being introduced to on page 309 of a 403 page book, is that who is on this cover? I haven't read the back because of maybe spoilers, so I haven't read the back. But look at the tattoos. I thought this was eviler twin, but she would recognize him, obviously. I mean, she's dumb, but he looks like her husband. It would, he's not going to pass for somebody else. So we're saying this random gardener character. And by the way, we did note the gardener is Spanish right after we got a whole backstory dump of Dominic, getting into it with the Spanish guy and stealing the whore, and then the other guy steals her back and murders her. Like, is that going to come up again? Is that why we suddenly had mention of Spaniards and now this guy is Spanish? Like, look at the tattoos. So his character we are meeting more than halfway through the series going to be the central guy in the third one? This is the book they were supposed to pick up and take back today because, as you can see, it's like scuffed, it's scratched, there's a marker on the bottom, and it has a real resale label on the back. So it's definitely not new. I only care if they had said it was used and it was in this condition, I wouldn't give a fuck. But they said it was new. I'm not accepting a book that is not new. They get to take it back and give me my money back. The man in black has tattoos, but not like this. He has like a few, not a full shirt of them. And we're being told he has full shirt and they're colorful. Whereas Massimo's are just standard black. And he doesn't have like the full chest and sleeves done. Yeah, a lot of characters in this have some tattoos, but a full shirt that's colorful, is that or is that just an oversight? Or is it just an AI generated cover? I know, right? You really would. Apparently they can't even pick up a return on time. I'm curious, I assume, because it still says on the order that they're going to come today to pick that book up. I think it's probably going to stay there until Monday, and then probably it will update somehow, or they'll notice that, hey, we didn't actually show up. Going by the inconsistencies, it could still be him. Yes, it could. It could be. It could still be Massimo. It could still be the evil twin. Things I can tell about this author, she doesn't have any friends. I also think she's a virgin. I've had that theory for a long time now. Are you thirsty? I asked, batting my eyelids. No, she's flirting. And immediately scolded myself for the blatant attempt at flirting. Thirsty? What a ridiculous question. I shook my head angry at myself. The only person who's thirsty here is me, I thought. Okay, girl, fucking control your horniness. You're just talking to a guy who had his body broken into several pieces because of you. The man pulled a dark bandana from behind his belt and wiped his head with it, taking a seat on the chair next to mine. I could use a drink, thanks, he said, pouring himself a glass of water. I was surprised by his openness. Normally people working at the residence preferred to keep their distance. Yeah, that right there tells you he's not really the gardener. How long have you been working for my husband? I asked, helping myself to another olive and pushing one of the plates his way. I'm fairly new. I will only take care of this house, he said, reaching for a piece of melon. Don Torricelli wanted specific things in his garden. Will he be available today to talk about them? I doubt that, I shrugged, sighing with resignation. He works late usually. Besides, ran from hi- I kind of ran from him to here. Yeah, just tell a random stranger I ran away from my husband. Yep. I raised my wine glass in a sarcastic gesture. Alcohol-free champagne? My words seemed to make the man happy, or maybe that was just my imagination. Anyway, he relaxed and glanced at his watch, grabbing another piece of melon. No matter, we can talk next time. He got up and started patting down his tool belt, searching for something. Without looking at me, he asked, "Why are you drinking alcohol-free wine?" Is champagne considered wine? Because Book keeps using it interchangeably. Is champagne wine, or is it something different? Because I thought it was something different. I'm pregnant, I replied immediately. He nearly spat out his melon, his eyes widening in something that looked like panic. Yeah, because he's been told to kidnap or kill you and he didn't know you were pregnant and now he's got issues. He quickly zipped up one of the pouches fastened to his belt and his hands fell to his sides. Was he about to shoot her? Massimo Torricelli will have a child. Nacho's behavior was unsettling and his questions and direct manner were disquieting. Bitch, when are you gonna fucking figure it out? This is not the gardener, for Christ's fucking sake. Everyone in this book is so horny. This is true. This is true. Everyone in this book, every single character is perpetually horny. These friends she can trust. I don't think she's a virgin. Something within the family. Yes, freely given intel. Like, girl, like, they need to school her on shut your fucking mouth and don't tell random strange things. And, like, you know you're under constant security threat. Has nobody taught her that, like, information is incredibly valuable and should be protected? Shut up. Yes, shut up, bitch. Okay, we seem to have some disagreement. Champagne is carbonated wine. No, it's something completely different. Champagne is different, but most champagne is not true champagne. It's facsimile. I did know that. Yeah, because I believe to be true champagne, it has to come from the Champagne region of France. Just like most bourbon is not cognac, because cognac must come from the Cognac region of France. Because France be like that. Does this change anything? I asked. For the garden, I mean. Why would it? For the garden, Laura. She didn't tell him her name. No, but it does for you. And for me, too. A bit. My sister is pregnant, too. This changes a lot. Wait, is his sister the Massimo's former girlfriend, Anna? Is it her? Yes. Have a nice afternoon. Okay, so somebody just says that to you. Would you not immediately freak out? Like, he literally just said, for the garden, Laura, no, but it does for you. And for me, too. A bit. My sister is pregnant, too. This changes a lot. Yes. Have a nice afternoon. I'd be screaming for security immediately. And telling them, like, don't let this guy go. Find out who the fuck he is, what is going on, get my husband on the phone. This is creepy. What is going on? Because I think he was about to shoot her and didn't because she's pregnant. And if the sister he's talking about is the former squeeze who again is still obsessed with Massimo, so yeah, it would make sense that she would use his twin brother to get pregnant very quickly, but then be like, oh, it's really Massimo's baby. I just didn't know for a long time. Now he has to take me back because I'm having his child. Like, you can see it. You still have moonshine from the south. You're very welcome for that hummus. Hey, moonshine's a legit business now. You can buy moonshine in the LCBO stores. There's like one company that has the license on it. Cue Cardi B sound clip. That's weird. That's suspicious. I can't say I've ever actually listened to an entire Cardi B song. I'm vaguely aware of who she is. I know people were unhappy about a song called WAP and a certain performance that she did. What a strange man. I thought about the new gardener returning to my meal in my Facebook. He was probably a junkie, or maybe his plants had some narcotic effects on him. This is what you. Yeah, he's just high. Since that was said, am I allowed to turn the camera off and do a couple hits so I don't let my brain explode? I do, in fact, have my bowl filled. I gotta get a new pipe. Mine is so old and it's impossible to clean no matter what you do. I've literally like dunked it in boiling water. It doesn't come fucking clean. So I need something that can be taken apart. I found what I want. I just haven't ordered it yet because it's hard. Whenever it's something I want, I struggle to actually do the buying, even when money's not an issue, which it always is. But on little things, it just as soon as I want something, it becomes a big no in my head because bad things will happen if I give in and buy something that I want. Lightning will strike the world, there'll be an earthquake. I don't know, but bad things will happen. Normal people don't behave like that, and they definitely don't talk nonsense. Okay, like this is whatever is about to happen, because something's about to happen because of this. Nobody is this fucking stupid. Nobody is this dumb. Like, I have known children that would have put together the fact that this is dangerous, like, way before. End of chapter, by the way. End of chapter. The chapters are getting shorter. It's always a sign you're getting to the end of the book. Chapters get shorter. You don't have to have a license to make moonshine. That's true. Yeah, that's true here as well. As long as it's for personal use, the only way you get into legalities is selling. But there is a company, I think it's called Smoky, that legitly sells moonshine here, all kinds of flavors, and they come in like mason jars. Not everywhere sells it, but yeah, the bigger LCBO stores will have it. They tend to like change the flavors like seasonally. Yeah, if you really see it in bars here because it's so. I think. Oh, that's right. They can't serve it in bars here. I knew I got this from. I knew it was in the back of my head. Yeah, they can't serve it at bars here because the alcohol content's too high. And it would break the law because there's a limit on how much both alcohol content and volume you can serve someone. Both within a whole night and then within an hour. There are different limits. That's why when I tried to order a double Cosmo, I was informed they can't actually serve you a double Cosmo because it has too much alcohol in it. And they would be over the serving limit for both for one drink and for within an hour. There is a limit on how much alcohol can be in one drink. We don't do like fish bowls or shit like that like they do in the UK. It's either 1 or 2 gallons and what? Okay, I know it's true in the States, but it still is unbelievable to me that you can buy booze in gallon form. Like, that just sounds wrong on so many levels. Like, the biggest bottles of alcohol you're going to find here are 1.5 liters. So I think it's 4 liters to the gallon. I think. I might be wrong on that. Don't tell them everything. I mean, if you want to tow a gallon of moonshine around, there's nothing stopping you. This is true. Yeah, that's why it's not served in bars here, because it's too strong. You can't do that. $3.8 and a tad to a gallon. That's pretty close, actually. That's not bad. Correct, 4 liters to a gallon. Yeah, it's pretty close. I'm sure it gets rounded all the time. So, yeah, you'd have to buy, like, the bottles. And if you're buying vodka, that's like $50 a bottle. So for $150, you can have a gallon of vodka. I'm guessing the actual gallons of vodka sold in the States are considerably cheaper than that. Oh my god, fucking earworm. Oh, I was hoping it's gone. I've had like 2 lines of a song that I don't remember, and I don't know where it's from, stuck in my head for 3 days now. And I'm about 1 second from taking a fucking power drill and drilling it out of my skull. I want it to go away. It makes me sad and unhappy, and I don't even know why. Because the thing with when I get earworms, usually once I can tell where it's from, and I remember where it's from, like what show, what movie I first heard it on, and like then I know like why that thing is in my head on some subconscious level. I cannot place this. I don't know the name of the song or who's singing it, and I have no idea where in bloody hell I heard a clip of it. I'm at this point, I'm sure that I only ever heard these like 2, 3 lines that are in my head. I don't actually know the whole song, but it will not go away. It's trying to drive me crazy. Oh, we're actually doing okay on page count. Ugh. So, if anybody knows how to get an earworm out of your head, I will try anything up to and including a lobotomy at this point. Chapter 16. I woke up at 11 a.m. on Christmas Eve. The sun shone through the window, bathing the bedroom in bright light. I chided myself for not closing the blinds. I crawled out of bed, oblivious to the time. Italians didn't celebrate Christmas Eve. Their holiday started a day later. Massimo had decided to change that tradition for my sake. I went downstairs and was surprised to see a large box perched on the kitchen counter. I opened it and rummaged through. There was a red envelope inside with a short letter saying, "The car will come for you at 3 in the afternoon." I shook my head and returned to digging through the contents of the box. The word Chanel written on the top side of a box confirmed what I was expecting to find in the bottom. A black satin and velvet jumpsuit and a pair of beautiful black round-toed stilettos. A satin and velvet jumpsuit? This sounds ugly as hell. What is with all the fashion in these being horribly ugly? And yeah, you want to give your pregnant wife stilettos. That's a really good... Can she beat him to death with them, please? I clapped my hands, jumping up and down and hugging the new things to my chest. See, this is what she loves. She doesn't love Massimo. She loves the things that he buys her. She loves brand names and clothes and boots. The jumpsuit had a wide neckline that kept the shoulders bare, while its wide sleeves were topped with an elastic belt that kept everything in its place. The top wasn't tight-fitting, on the contrary, it was very loose. The waistline itself was narrower. This allowed the pants to spill down the buttocks in a very sexy way without stretching over them, but beautifully accenting all the right curves at the same time. It was perfect. I really hope they tried to show this. They tried to show this in the movie because I want to see an ugly jumpsuit. I snatched up my cell phone and dialed the hairdresser, booking him for 1 o'clock. I put the jumpsuit on a hanger, ate breakfast, and took a shower. 15 minutes before the appointed hour, I was ready. Surprised, I discovered that the car was already waiting. I took my seat in the limousine and plucked my smartphone from my clutch bag, intending to call my mom. But what was I going to say to her? I'd have to apologize. For what? For what? Or keep quiet, waiting for her to begin. I stared into the screen, hesitating, finally tossing the thing back into my bag. The car stopped at the driveway of the mansion, and I saw Massimo waiting for me at the door, leaning against the wall. The day was sunny, but not as warm as yesterday. In fact, it was cold. The thermometer had shown 51 degrees Fahrenheit in the morning. That's not cold. Seeing the car, Massimo set out for the limo. He opened the door for me and offered me his hand. Overwhelmed with sudden emotion, I threw myself into his arms, with my face pressing into his sweater. I could feel him smile as he stroked my hair and kissed my neck. Oh, yes, because she's going, thank you for the stuff, because that's all that matters. Thank you for the stuff that you bought me. I will be affectionate now because I'm so grateful for the stuff, because that's all I care about, because I'm the most vapid, shallow, useless, gold-digging whore in the entire world. Yes, exactly. And like 4 to 5 months, her balance has got to be crap. Merry Christmas, my love, he whispered, pulling away. Now come, before you freeze to death. I raised my eyes to look at him, and my legs buckled. He was so beautiful. What the actual fuck? Yes, we only have an hour and 25 minutes. So I'll remind everyone that ducks, handcuffs, and letting me eat my chips are all available at their respective prices of 10, 25, and 50. But Sarah Bellum has found something. Oh, she found it! Okay, I was wondering if this was real. It's close enough. Yeah, this is. I knew it had to be based on a real outfit. I was gonna look for it later, but you beat me to it. But yeah, she found a picture. It's in the Discord in the general. That is definitely the outfit being described. Oh, okay. It's Givenchy, not Chanel, but yeah, that's what's being described. 100%. That's exactly it. And yeah, it's ugly. Like sometimes designer stuff is so fucking ugly, but people will still wear it and pay like 8 grand for it. Do I even want to know what this thing costs? Like I can't click it right now; it'll screw things up. But I'm betting it's expensive. Slowly, slowly, I ran my fingers through his hair, pulling him into a passionate embrace. I was greedy as though this were our last time. I wonder if the book is foreshadowing something. Is it gonna end with another fake out that she might die like the first one? Are we gonna try repeating the thing that didn't work? Let's skip dinner. I bit his lip and grabbed his crotch, completely unruffled by the fact that his cock was hard like a battle cannon. How about a Christmas fuck, Don Torricelli? Oh, we're not getting out of this without them fucking, are we? No. And they forgot to burn something. I think. Didn't I? Didn't we have another one? Did I forget to burn it, or did I? Maybe I did. It's not. I'm seeing things now. That's great. Yeah, that's the thing. We don't care if anyone lives or dies in these books. We really don't. I don't care about any of these people. Said the hell. Battle cannon cock makes you think of this. I suppose you had to do it. Yeah. It's got my stomach turning a little bit. Oh, Cerebellum with the internet ninja skills has actually found. Oh, come on, phone. Discord is so slow on my phone. Oh, come on, you stupid piece of crap. Freak. Ah, she found the actual one. The actual Chanel velvet jumpsuit, and it cost $5,700. And it's really, really ugly. Again, it's in the general in my Discord if you would like to see the pictures of how ugly this is. But almost $6,000 for this disgusting outfit. Okay, small sips so it doesn't come back up when I have to read a blowjob scene. The man in black groaned softly and made himself pull away from my embrace. Love that, but the guests are waiting. Come, he said, straightening his pants around his erect prick and leading me down the hall into the house. Are there any pants that can actually hide it if a guy has a full heart on? Like, it tends to be kind of noticeable. Don't forget the $1,000 delivery fee. It has a $1,000 delivery fee. Like, this doesn't surprise me, but Jesus. If this earworm doesn't get out of my head, I swear to God. It really does, and that's not even including tax. So this is like a probably $7,500 outfit. So stupid. That's so stupid. That's so incredibly stupid. There were voices coming from the main dining room, conversations, laughter, and the sounds of Polish carols. That was unexpected but pleasing. Despite having invited his Italian family, my husband wanted me to feel the atmosphere of a Polish holiday. I tightened my grip on his hand and sent him a grateful look. He halted and spun on his heel right in front of the main door. Then he placed a gentle kiss on my forehead before revealing the room. First thing I saw was the massive Christmas tree rising from a mound of colorfully wrapped gifts. Then my eyes flew over to the long table laden with candles and decorations. Finally, I turned my head towards the sounds of conversation and froze. Merry Christmas, darling. Oh, there we go. We do get one more. Darling is winning this week, like hands down. That's 3-1. Wow. Ow. I glanced at him, unable to believe what I saw, and then turned to the people inside the dining room. I kept darting glances from my husband to the festive tableau, and my eyes welled up with tears. Seeing my reaction, my mother set out towards us and took me into her arms. Her family's there. What do you bet? Her family's there. What did he have to do to get them there? It was a pre-owned dress. The jumpsuit is pre-owned. So it originally cost more. Jesus. And took me in her arms. I'm so sorry, darling, she whispered. That doesn't count because it's not him saying it. My voice stuck in my throat. I couldn't say a word, instead shaking with sobs. When Dad joined in the embrace, it only made it worse. I couldn't breathe. I was going to pass out. We stayed like that for a long time, and I felt my exquisite makeup streaking in dark smudges down my cheeks. Oh, yes, because we must be told the makeup is exquisite. Don't cry or the kid's gonna end up a wimp. That was my brother. Okay, punch the brother. Like every time they mention the brother, he just gets worse and more cringy. Somebody hit him. Hey there, sis, he said, pushing away our parents and wrapping one arm around my shoulders. There was a glass of wine in his other hand. It was too much to bear. Let's get you cleaned up, another familiar voice. Olga's! Hey, we got her back! Okay, let's count. Did she return? I know they're not married yet, but did she return in 10 pages or less? No, I don't think she did. She left on page 299 and has returned on page 316. So she went away for a whole 17 pages. I still bet they're married before the end of the book. I nodded numbly as everyone burst out in raucous laughter, delighted by my reaction. Everyone is the worst. Everyone's just the worst. As we passed Massimo on our way to the bathroom, my hand brushed against his. I looked him in the eyes. Surprise, he said, winking. How much threatening did he have to do, or bribery, or both, to get these people here? Some people you can tell haven't gotten popped in the mouth one good time. The brother is an example. Yeah, my cousin is like that. I said to her when we were in our mid to late teens, I've said it to her more than once, but probably starting in our mid-teens when I was really mad at her one time because she pulled a stupid, like, kindergarten level bullshit that she pulled when we were really little, and she hadn't done it in several years. Granted, I'd barely seen her in those years, but we were way too old. We were, like, 13, and she was pulling this, like, two-year-old crap again. Her mom still went along with it, but her mom's an abusive cunt. So Yeah, of course she went along with it. But I was completely shocked that at the age we were, she was still doing this shit. And I said to her, I'm like, you needed to get fucking beat up on the playground a couple times. Because you're going to pull this manipulative, lying crap on the wrong person. You know, don't know if that ever happened, but it should have. Oh, looking at men's pants and trying to judge what's underneath, I have a feeling that wouldn't work so well. I don't think that would be anything resembling accurate. Don't think you can tell how big the dick is through the pants. Ugh, really need some food. Need energy. I needed to ask her a question but wasn't sure how to phrase it. What the hell are you all doing here? I don't know about them, but I was kidnapped, Olga replied with a chuckle. But seriously, he came for me to my parents' house, asking, begging, crying and stuff. Okay, so apparently I'm guessing she means Dominic. And when I told him to fuck off, he bribed my dad. It wasn't too hard to get him on his side. My dad is a simple English teacher, so the vision of me living in luxury until the end of my days is a trick. And him professing his undying love for me and a subtle hint at a free vacation on Sicily for my parents didn't hurt either. But Dominic didn't end there. He persuaded my dad to take part in a scheme that would break through my wall of indifference. Okay, so she's literally saying my father sold me to Dominic. That is what she is saying. Jesus Christ, what did he do? He rented a theater. I sent her a quizzical look. A fucking theater, with a stage and shit? A theater. She repeated, raising her voice as if I was deaf. At least he skipped the audience. So Dad took me there, right? And there was a choir and a fucking orchestra just waiting for my entrance. This is going to be him proposing. So yeah, her father has sold her to Dominic now. They played This I Love by Guns N' Roses. Don't know that song. And who was in the middle of the whole shit show? You guessed it, Dominic. Strong, beautiful, and dressed to kill. Her eyes sparkled as she continued. And he fucking started to sing. Oh, he pulled the Heath Ledger in 10 Things I Hate About You. And that's another thing I didn't know he could do. He sang so unbelievably nicely, I just couldn't say no. After your father already sold you to him. Because the first thing she said was that she told him to fuck off, and he bribed her father to get him on her side. Like, no wonder she's a professional whore. Again, I have no problem with that, but, keep your relationships in check. She stuck out her hand. There was a ring on one of her fingers. I said yes. There we go. They're engaged. There we go. There's going to be a wedding somewhere in these pages. I sat in perfect stillness, my eyes darting from the massive diamond to Olga's face. And to think Massimo had proposed to me in the bedroom. I'd always dreamed of a spectacular proposal that would bring me to my knees. It took me a while to recover, but as soon as I did, I trapped Olga in a great hug. In all that scheming and planning, did he mention to your parents that he was a mobster? Yeah, that was the opener, she chuckled. He also added that he tried to kill me, demolished a whole house, and wrecked a really expensive car. But you know my dad. He's pretty flexible about stuff. He doesn't worry about dumb shit. Like somebody trying to kill his daughter. That dumb shit. For a no doubt massive amount of money, the man is willing to overlook that this guy tried to kill his daughter, that she ran from Italy to Poland back to her family to get away from him, and now he's shown up to claim her, and her father has sold her to him. Knowing that he is a violent, abusive, attempted murderous type person. You know, joked in the Mister that whatever the fuck that guy's name was had bribed a stupid virgin's father for her, because the father was like, oh, a woman, he said all the sexist crap of, a woman is just basically a thing for a guy to fuck and she's property. And that's how she'd been raised her whole life, that you are a thing for making babies and you have no value. And we joked that, I do not remember his name, but the guy in the Mister had bought her from her father. We made the joke because it's kind of implied. This is just outright stating it. This is literally just outright saying, this is no way this is going to be in the film. No way. No way. Those films are sanitized. They got the 50 Shades treatment, where they take out the rape and the abject violence and the murder and the gore and the blood and anything that would make you mad at the leading men or not like them, because they're supposed to be your fantasy man. They're supposed to be desirable and hot, and women are supposed to want them because they have that bad boy appeal, but they wouldn't really hurt anyone. That's why they cut it all out. They cut out so much of the first one. They cut out every time that he raped her. They cut out him actually shooting people. They cut out him just being a violent, predatory asshole several times. That there's no way they're going to cut the, like, I have no doubt that at some point, yes, Olga will break up with Dominic and leave. There will be no violence. There will be no throwing of things. There will be no punching of cars. And then she'll just magically be there on Christmas, and there'll be no mention of why, but they'll just be back together. Yeah. That's how the movie's going to do it, because there's no way. Mommy porn got the equivalent of the Disney treatment. Yeah, very much so. Very, very much so. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. That is exactly what this is. And that's what it's going to be. Oh, little puppy all curled up and so cute. She paused and scoffed. Are you kidding me? Dad thinks Dominic is an artist. An Italian gentleman. Okay, so she's lying to her whole family too. Apparently they think he's a very rich artist. He's not wrong, though. I pushed myself to my feet and offered my friend a hand. Cool stuff. Let's get back to the others. We returned to the dining room, where my whole family was deep in conversation again. As soon as I appeared in the doorway, Mom stifled a yelp. Her eyes watered. I walked over to her and begged her not to start crying, or I might follow suit. She calmed down, wrapped by Dad's arm, and wiped the tears away with a napkin. Why did she suddenly burst into tears? There's no reason for this. You already saw her. Night, Deacon. Cuddle Butters for me. Tell him I know he'll get that treat duck. I'm rooting for him. Massimo nodded to the waiter, and the dishes started arriving on the table. I was surprised by the chef's ingenious blend of traditional Polish dishes and Italian touches. The atmosphere grew more laid back as more delicacies were served. Whether it was an effect of the great wine, or if we simply needed some time to get comfortable in one another's company, I don't know. At one point, Kuba, Dad, and Massimo went out to an adjacent room. The stench of cigar smoke reached us a few minutes later. Just like the movies, a glass of something stronger and a puff of a cigar after dinner. Yeah, I'm betting that's not all they're smoking. Holga led Mom away to show her the house. Meanwhile, I took Dominic's arm, stopping him before he joined the other men. Let's talk, I said seriously, directing him to the sofa, before asking in a deep voice, Are you sure you want this, Dominic? Aren't you a little hypocrite? He fixed me with dead eyes, and his lips stretched into a thin, grim line. Need I remind you that you married my brother after knowing him for a month? A month and a half, I growled in response, dropping my eyes. But I didn't have a choice. Massimo kidnapped me, remember? But he didn't make you marry him. He didn't make you get pregnant. Yes, he did! Yes, he did. He may not have made her marry him. That's debatable. But he did fully intentionally get her pregnant. He lied to her about birth control, deliberately forced her to have sex when he knew that she was ovulating, and he even admitted that, yes, getting her pregnant was the fastest way he could think of to bond her to him and make sure she could never leave him. If you're married, you should be comfortable together. Yes. Here's the thing, though. They had 6 weeks before they got married. How much of that did they actually spend together? He was gone for weeks at a time. Like when she went back to Poland, she was alone for 3 weeks. So already that's 3 weeks gone. That leaves us with 3 weeks before they got married, of which he was gone a lot of that time. So realistically, they probably spent maybe 10, 15 days partially around each other, like a couple hours a day. And they got married, went on a honeymoon of a couple weeks, and then as soon as they got back, she thought he was cheating and fucked off to Hungary for 2 months. So they've known each other a collective, I'm going to say 5 months at this point, but 3 of those months minimum, they were completely separated with no contact. And of the remaining 2 months, he's probably been away at least 50% of that time. Yes, all of the red flags. Yes, I still have our red flag. It is not forgotten. It's here. Our shiny, beautiful red flag. I should just wrap it. I should just wrap it around the book. Okay? That's what you should do. Just wrap the book in the red flag and then burn it. Except I don't want to burn my flag. I worked too hard on this. Oh, that is not the song that stuck in my head. There's gotta be something you can take to get an earworm out of your head, right? Because I really, really, really want this one to go away. I don't care where it came from. I don't want to know why I'm thinking about it. I just want it gone. Excuse me. Yeah, my stomach's definitely doing the I'm entirely made of acid, put some food in me or I'm gonna make you really uncomfortable thing. I sent him a scornful look. Well, okay, maybe the baby is his doing, but understand me. What am I supposed to wait for? I'm in love. I want Olga to be with me. I'm not losing anything. There's always the option to divorce later, but that's not the point. I know she's the one. Okay, at least they admit divorce exists. Yeah, and again, dude, this is a chick you've collectively known for about a week. His fists balled and his eyes flared with anger. And what she did for me proves she feels the same way about me. No, it doesn't. Her pimping herself out does not prove that she loves you. Like, that's so stupid. So stupid. Oh, I've thought of that. I thought of because also, yeah, that does help if you just listen to the song in full. Sometimes it scratches that itch and it goes away. I don't remember what the song is. I don't think I know. I think I just saw a clip of it. And I have this creepy image in my head that keeps popping up that maybe is from wherever I saw it, or my head is just generating creepy imagery. I don't know. But I've only got like 2, maybe 3 lines of it. I don't know what it's called. I don't know who it's by, and I don't know where I saw it. And I know it's super old because I can tell it's coming from like the way, 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 way back part of my brain. So this is something I probably saw 20 to 30 years ago. I'm guessing closer to 30. I think I was quite young when I saw this, and that's why I don't remember. Saw or heard this. I can't get it out of my fleeting head, and it's driving me crazy. The first day when it popped into my head, every time it would start playing, I would start bawling. I would just start crying, and I'm like, why the fuck am I crying? Because this is creepy. It's a creepy, sad song, like, whatever. But it literally, like, made me bawl like, multiple times. It's like, what the actual fuck? And, like, I'm well aware that my PMS as well as PMDD are in full goddamn swing right now. And I think that is contributing to it. Because it feels like it is. Because that's the only time I randomly burst into tears for no fucking reason. But, like, can hormones cause an earworm? Will it go away in, like, 5 to 10 days when they go away? Will they take it with them when they leave, please? Because I want this out of my head. Like, it's disturbing. Like, musical cats, memories type set? No, worse. Way worse. Did I scuff my... What is on my mic? Okay, not sure what that was. I nodded agreeing to that at least. To be honest, I was probably the last person who should be telling him what to do, and I realized that. I stretched out a hand, wanting to hug Dominic. You there, I heard a voice and felt a hand on my shoulder. He's my fiance. Olga sat in Dominic's lap and kissed him passionately, ignoring the presence of my mom. Yeah, who cares if your mother is there? She can kiss her fiance. Where are your parents? I asked. They couldn't come. They stayed with Grandma. She shrugged. We spent the rest of the evening by the fireplace singing carols. Me and my family, the Polish ones, and the Italians their own, and opening presents. Olga got a car, a beautiful red convertible Alfa Romeo Spider. I've heard of that. I've actually heard of the car. I don't know what it looks like, but I've heard of it. Olga couldn't help remarking that this particular car would probably get wrecked after the first spat. I smacked her in the back of her head. Anyway, I hadn't expected the presents from my husband to be cheap, but when I saw what he'd gotten my parents, I was left speechless. The Russian sable fur coat my mom got stopped the blood flow to my brain. Hers too, I think. What's sable fur? SABLE dash FUR. Is that an animal or just like a mix of like if it said mink, I know what a mink is, but what's sable fur? Meanwhile, Dad discovered that he was now the owner of a sailboat parked at the Missourian Lake District in Poland. He nearly broke down crying. He had always dreamed of one. I sent Massimo a disapproving look, shaking my head a little. Isn't that a bit too much? I whispered in his ear. Nobody expected such expensive gifts, and we can't get you anything remotely this great in return. The man in black smiled lightly and kissed me on the forehead, pressing me against his chest. Weasel? It's a sable fur is a type of weasel? Okay. I'm similar to a mink. Okay. I'm guessing that just means it's a very expensive fur coat. But shame for giving a real fur coat. I wouldn't wear a real fur coat. They also make paintbrushes. That's where I know the term from. Yes, because I do know a number of animal furs are used in paintbrushes. Like, I don't own any, but I certainly know of them. I'm fine with synthetic brushes. Who else am I supposed to buy things for? Besides, I don't want you to return anything. Now, open yours. He prodded me towards the Christmas tree. I dug through the gifts, searching for one signed with my name. I looked among the branches but found nothing. Finally, I plopped down on the floor and pouted. She's literally sitting on the floor pouting under the Christmas tree. Massimo got up with an amused expression and reached to a branch above me. Like she's just acting more and more like a literal child. A black envelope was hanging from it. He offered it to me and waited. It was a bit surprising. Scary, even. I hated envelopes, especially from him. They reminded me of the night when he had told me I couldn't leave. I turned the paper in my hand, searching for an answer in Massimo's eyes. He must have read my mind and shook his head briefly. You can open it. Don't be scared. Maybe this was a bad idea on your part if you need to tell her don't be afraid of a black goddamn envelope in a room full of people. A little half smile appeared in his lips. I ripped the envelope open and pulled out a thin stack of documents. I scanned them with my eyes, but all the writing was in Italian. What is it? I knitted my brows. A company. He knelt beside me and took my hand. He gave her a company. What do we think it does? What do we think the company that he just bought her does? And again, thank you, Sarah Bellin, for finding a picture of a really ugly car. Jesus. What is with these books and all of the ugly cars? The fashion's ugly, the cars are ugly. This thing just looks stupid. Like, this looks like an AI concept of a sports car. It's in the general in the Discord if you want to see, people. It's a fucking ugly car. I would not want one. No way. I wanted to give you some independence, but still allow you to do what you love. We're going to create a clothing brand for you. I almost said it would be clothes. So now he's like telling her to like design a clothing brand or something. Like she doesn't know how to fucking. I was speechless. You will have an atelier in Tormina. Emmy will help you with picking the designers. You'll be able to. Hey, that's Dominic's former hoe, so I guess she's still alive. How's she gonna react to him going, oh, by the way, I'm marrying somebody else, so we won't be fuck buddies anymore? Well, unless they are, you know. I didn't let him finish, instead throwing myself into his arms, toppling him to the ground. I fell onto him and shut him up with a long, fiery kiss. Massimo's hands found my ass and clamped around it. Even my mom clearing her throat loudly didn't disturb us. Yeah, maybe don't start doing it in front of a room full of people. This was the greatest gift I'd ever received. It was something I couldn't have expected. A job. Yeah. No, no, no. You're a figurehead, honey. You're not. No, no. You're not actually going to work there. You're going to give orders that other people will do things. You're not going to do a fuck all. Like, do you have some delusion that you're going to go into an office every day or some shit? Because you're not. I thought I forgot to burn something, and I did. Ha! Almost got away. There's been way too little fire tonight. I am displeased. But for the third time tonight, and fourth overall, we have Darling. Again. I feel a little better now. A wired review of the Spider. This is not a practical car. It's not a daily driver and is not meant to be. There's so few places you even could drive it. And the weather has to be perfect and dry because it doesn't have a fucking top. I mean, it's not as zero clearance as some of the other sports cars. It's got a couple inches, I'll give it that. But, like, oh my god. I love you, I breathed when I finally pulled away. I know. He took me in his arms and got us both to our feet. My parents watched us the whole time. They looked happy with what they saw. I thanked God everything was fine and nothing unexpected had happened. I also knew that Christmas doesn't last forever. With my luck, something would happen soon. I didn't want to think about it. I was only glad my family had no idea they were spending their holiday in a mafia-owned mansion guarded by dozens of armed goons, or that my husband had shot a man on the driveway just a few months earlier. I also have a present. I took a step back so everybody saw me. It's difficult to give something to the man who already owns everything, I said in Polish and repeated in English, gently stroking my belly. I had a feeling she was going to tell him the sex of the baby. That was my guess, because that's the only thing I could see that she gives him. And my husband's eyes widened and darkened. I will give you something you wanted above all else. My voice broke and I took a deep breath. I will give you a son. Massimo froze. It's a boy, darling. I know we weren't supposed to check, but yep, there we go. There we go. I knew it. I knew it because it's the only thing and it's so cliche and so dumb. And is she even far enough along to reliably know the sex? She's somewhere between 4 and 5 months. Can you, like, is that enough? Massimo's strong arms picked me up off the ground, and I squealed as I flew above my family, held by my husband. The man in black grinned triumphantly, putting me back on the ground and kissing me on the lips. I told you, he cried out, high-fiving Dominic. Of course, we gotta go, yeah, bro! The boy, yeah! I told you I'll have an heir. I sent him an angry glare then, but he didn't care. Hey, they said girls can be the head of a mob family too, so either way you would have had an heir, you fucking sexist pig. But he didn't care, focusing on receiving congratulations. An heir, I thought. Another mobster. Over my dead body. Yeah, quite likely. Yeah. What the fuck did you think? What the fuck did you fucking think when you're gonna have a kid with this guy? What do you fucking think? Of course your child is going to be groomed to take over the family business or at least be very high up in it. Like, why would you ever think otherwise? And you think you have some say in this? Are you kidding me? I'm willing to bet when the kid is between 3 and 5 years old, it's going to be disappeared without her permission, probably to Britain, because Massimo said him and his brothers were sent away when they were little and they were raised and educated in Britain because it's safe there. because it wasn't safe for them to stay in Italy because other mob families would have gone after them as children. That's what's going to happen to her kid. It's just going to be gone one day because he's not going to tell her. He's not going to ask her. She's just going to wake up one morning. The child is gone. He will tell her, like, this is how it is. This is how it's going to be. We'll go over to England, 4 times a year and visit. They'll come home for Christmas. That's it. That's how it's going to be for the next 15 years. It's 20 weeks. She's kind of in the zone. She could be in the zone. Boys can sometimes tell earlier because of male anatomy and function. Yeah, true. Like, it'd be easier to see there is something there versus, like, there's not something there, but there still could be in a couple of weeks. Sometime later, when everyone had had enough and couldn't stifle their yawns, I decided it was time to go to bed. Massimo placed my parents in a room located in the part of the house furthest from our own bedroom, as well as any other spots that could allow them to glimpse his other secretive side. Darling! Okay, really, this word is just getting. I said, placing a hand on my husband's cheek, as we went into the dressing room to get rid of our formal outfits. How did you do it? He sent me a quizzical look. My parents, how did they get here? Massimo's arms closed around me as he chuckled heartily. You remember when I had to deal with something when Dominic got arrested? I nodded. I met your parents then. I explained some of our current predicament and assured them of my feelings for you. I apologized for everything and took all the blame. I also promised Clara another wedding party for her daughter. I didn't tell them about what I do for a living, of course. You are going to have to tell them something. Like, you have a Mob McMansion and, like, enough money to buy a fucking sailboat and a fur coat. They're going to want to know where the massive amount of money is coming from, or are they as shallow and stupid as their daughter, where as long as everyone's benefiting from it, they don't care where the money's coming from? Because that seems to be the theme in this book. Just don't ask questions and accept the lavish gifts and lavish lifestyle, but never ask where it comes from. Don't think too hard about it. You're the best husband in the world. I tried pushing my tongue between his lips, but Massimo clamped his mouth shut. I need to speak with Dominic, he said, and kissed me on the forehead. I'll be back before you finish showering. I grimaced. I had hoped he would join me, but my libido had to wait. Massimo kissed me again, this time on the cheek, and disappeared down the stairs. I stayed in place, rooted in place, and fumed silently, knowing that fuming in any other manner wouldn't do me any good. In other words, I wanted to yell and scream and throw a fit, but it wouldn't do any good, so I didn't waste the energy. When the door closed, oh no, she does it. Fuming in any other manner wouldn't do me any good. When the door closed, I shrieked and stamped my feet. Who does this as a grown-up? Then I went to take a shower. I need a shower. I need a shower after this book. I need a shower and chips and rotisserie chicken and carrot cake and mustard. Don't ask me why, but the last few days, the only thing I have fucking wanted to eat is a large piece of carrot cake that I want to cut in half and stuff rotisserie chicken in the middle, like the carrot cake is the bread in a sandwich, and then put a little bit of mustard on top, and then that is all I've wanted for like at least 60 hours now. I'm blaming the hormones for the crazy cravings, okay? If they can do it to pregnant women, they can do it to not pregnant women. It's the same thing. It's just a question of degrees. So I'm blaming the hormones for the crazy craving, but that doesn't make me want it less. I still want it really bad. Like, my mouth is watering talking about it right now because my brain is telling me that would taste really good. Carrot cake stuffed with rotisserie chicken drizzled with mustard. I want it so much. That's frightening, but I want it. Yeah, that is so true. Then I went to take a shower. There wasn't any reason to hurry. I had to shave my legs, which I hated, and wash my hair, which I hated even more. Why? I like washing my hair. The amount of hairspray I had on my head was staggering. I decided that my damaged hair needed a long, intensive, invigorating treatment. I came up with all kinds of treatments, massaging various cosmetics into the skin of my head and my hair. You should not be putting cosmetics in your hair. I think that's a translation error. All in all, the shower took me an hour, but I emerged clean and fresh and with immaculately soft skin. I went to the bedroom wrapped in Massimo's black bathrobe, my hair still dripping with water. I halted at the top of the stairs. My husband was occupied with tossing logs into the fireplace, sipping on an amber-colored liquid. Why the fuck does this author always just say amber-colored liquid? Pick one. Scotch, whiskey, rye, what is it? Why can't you commit to what the fuck this guy drinks? Hearing me, he turned, eyeing me hungrily. For a moment, we just stood there, hypnotized by each other. That is so bad. That is so, so bad. His legs were slightly spread, his feet bare, and the white shirt he had on was buttoned only halfway up. They're gonna do it. I'm not getting out of this without a sex scene tonight, am I? Apparently not. Apparently no. We're not getting out without a sex scene. I took the belt of the bathrobe between two fingers and pulled it, untying the knot. Massimo bit his lips, straightening. I allowed the black fabric to slide down to the floor. When it did, I took a step towards my husband. He narrowed his eyes, and I could see the bulge in his crotch growing. I'm not sure you can see that. Because she drinks wine and vodka, she doesn't know the amber stuff. This is probably true. This is probably true. She probably doesn't know. Because she's really fucking stupid. Put the glass down, I said, stopping. Obediently but slowly, the man in black did as I told him, bending over the coffee table and carefully putting the crystal glass down. I covered the distance between us, halting just a few inches short of the man I loved. Slowly, carefully, I started unbuttoning his shirt, unpinning the cufflinks, and finally taking the shirt off and caressing his bare skin. Massimo stood still, his lips slightly parted, as I kissed the scars on his shoulders, his chest, and his abdomen. The kisses formed a trail leading down until I knelt facing him, my face level with his zipper. Why does she always go for the blowjob? Why? 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 Ugh. He swallowed loudly as I tugged his belt. His hands hovered towards my face. I looked him in the eyes, fighting to unbuckle the belt and then unzip his pants. I was turning him on. I, I don't think you need to put any effort into that. Before the zipper fully slid down, Massimo's massive erect cock slipped from his pants. So the zip's not even all the way down. He's just boing. His hands quickly moved to the back of my head and impaled my mouth on his bulging prick. Guess that sounds like so much fun. I resisted, which seemed to surprise him, but he released my head and allowed me to pull his pants all the way down. Why aren't you wearing any underwear? I asked, feigning anger and rising from my knees. Why do you care? Since when do you care that he, does things roughly and without consent? And what do you care if he's wearing underwear? Why does this matter? He shrugged with an amused expression and grabbed the glass he had just set down. I turned and slowly walked to the sofa, sitting down and spreading my legs wide. What, she want to suck him because he's not wearing why I don't care. Come over here, I commanded, pointing to the place on the floor between my legs. Okay, so I guess she's like, hey, your turn. The smile on Massimo's face took on a roguish quality. Stop using that word! He downed the liquor and went to his knees in front of me. I gripped a handful of his hair, balling it in my fist, and looked deep into his eyes before I started to pull him towards my wet snatch. There we go. There we go. One of my most hated words in the English language. There it is. And I've lost it. There it is. Okay. Oh, and I missed one 2 pages ago. Making them and then missing them. Okay. Once again, we have Darling, putting it at 4 tonight. That's really high. Like, we've only had Baby Girl once. That usually runs away with it from like a mile. Oh, and I can burn this because we already read the back of the page. So, yeah, we get 2 for 1. Okay, watching this on the screen because I can't see the actual book. Nope. Come on. Oh, and maybe I should have finished the paragraph first. I burned away some of the words. That's okay. I'll make something up. His eyes flared with fire and his parched lips parted. She something impatiently, but I punished him for making me wait. I trailed my thumb along his lips, sliding it inside his mouth. He gently jerked his head away. He wanted to dive in already, but I wouldn't let him. So neither of them wants to go down. They both started and have now backed off. And he just wants to, pound it, but she's like, no. Suddenly he had enough. His arms shot out and clamped on my thighs, pulling me down the couch so that my clit was right in front of his mouth. Predicting an attack on my part, he grabbed me by the neck and pinned me to the sofa. You really want to be strangling your pregnant wife. That's a really good thing to be doing right now. And, you should not be using the words attack and punished during sex unless you are doing BDSM the correct way. But with them, it's like they're always fighting and being violent during sex, always. Which again, you do you if that's your thing, but they never have the conversation about boundaries and safe words and what's okay, what's not, because she's clearly not okay with some of the things sometimes. With one fluid move, his tongue slid between my wet, glistening pussy lips, and his lips clamped greedily onto my clit. I cried out, digging my nails into the surface of the couch. Massimo latched onto my sweet spot with his mouth sucking. I nearly came right then and there, before he began in earnest. This is not counting as began. He spread my labia further and again reached the most sensitive point, relishing the way my body squirmed and twisted in ecstasy. I tried looking at him, but the view turned me on so much I had to close my eyes and bite into the plush pillow under my head. What the actual fuck? The torture only intensified as his fingers joined in, as he pushed them inside me in one swift move. He just swallowed a piece of ash. I moaned, writhed, and arched my back under his expert attentions. As his slender fingers impaled me harder, a wave of heat, something inside me, and then a massive shiver went down my entire body. The orgasm came so abruptly I didn't have time to take a breath. I exploded, my hold tightening around his fingers, but it only made his movements faster. As soon as the first orgasm died down, another washed over me. After the third one, I'd be kicking him. I had to push Massimo away. I couldn't bear a second more of his exquisite agony. The man in black pulled me a couple of inches towards himself, planting my feet on the ground, before impaling me on his cock. Why is it always impaling? Why? There are other words. He slid inside me without any friction at all. I'm amazed you can still feel anything. My snatch, there we go. Again. We get it again. Fire. Was so wet with his saliva, his massive shaft could easily penetrate it. I was half conscious by that time. Accurate? Massimo's hips started their slow dance, picking up the pace by the minute. His still wet fingers pinched my nipple. I need to feel you better, he breathed and pushed a thick pillow under my waist. My back arched. That's perfect, he said, satisfied, and started fucking me so extremely fast and hard I couldn't even cry out. There's something very wrong with that statement. The dying embers of the previous orgasms were stoked into a roaring fire with the thrusting of his hips. My eyes snapped open, meeting my husband's wild stare. His lips were parted and his jaw clenched. He was an animal. When is he not? Beads of sweat glistened on his chest and his breath rasped. The sight, the smell, and the motion of it made it utterly impossible for me to fight the impulses of my body. Harder, I cried, slapping his cheek with a swing of my arm. Again, they stole that from Rome. All muscles in my body tensed to their limit, spurred on by the massive wave of ecstasy washing over me. My strike made Massimo roar like a wild beast. Please tell me in the movie he actually roars. Please. I will die laughing on the floor. Please tell me he roars in the movie. I need this to happen. He came inside me, exploding my cunt. His hips weren't slowing down. He bellowed and shook until he was spent, collapsing on me and growling still. Our chests heaved, trying to calm down our raspy breath. Massimo's sweaty torso pumped the air into his lungs as I ran my fingers through his hair and kissed his face, my lips brushing against his ragged jaw. I was taking in the sight of his unblemished, perfect skin, except for all the scars he has and, that kind of stuff. Why don't you have any tattoos? I asked, rolling on my back. There we go! That answers that question! There we go! That answers that question! So the guy with the colorful tattoos, definitely not him! Unless he gets blasted in the last, like, couple pages. Not him. Though I thought it had been said in the previous book that he did have, like, a few tattoos. Like, I genuinely thought that was a thing, that in character he has tattoos. Or did they just cast an actor that has a crazy amount of visible tattoos? Well, obviously, especially when naked. Did they just cast an actor that had tattoos and they didn't care? Like, because in some religions, especially the Orthodox ones, tattoos are not allowed. So that could be a thing. But this is not him. Why don't you have any tattoos? I asked, rolling onto my back. I don't like tattoos. Why would I scar my body with them? He shot me a strange look. And I'm a bit conservative when it comes to that. Tattoos are the domain of criminals. Really, you fucking ass? I wouldn't want to be reminded of the perspective of going to jail each time I looked at myself in the mirror. Wow, that's incredibly dated. Unless she likes the tats, so he gets them. Yeah, that's possible. This is possible. Maybe. Oh, here we go. Here we go. And may get some actual answers. Why did you hire a gardener completely covered in tattoos then? Okay, what the fuck does that matter? If you personally don't like tattoos and don't want any, that's fine. Why would it prevent you from hiring someone who had them? Gardner, Massimo cut in, the mirth momentarily disappearing from his eyes. I frowned, confused by the sudden change. Nacho, our bald, tattooed Spanish gardener at the new house, he asked for you yesterday. The man in black inhaled sharply and swallowed. He sat up and gripped my shoulders, turning me towards himself. Tell me everything that happened. Don't leave out any details, he said calmly, but I felt a deep undercurrent of tension in his voice. Yeah, he doesn't work. He's not the gardener. He was about to shoot you, you fucking moron, and only stopped because you said you're pregnant. I was getting scared. I pulled away, shrugging off his hands, and got to my feet, starting to pace around the room. You tell me first, what's going on? Well, maybe you should tell him what happened, and then he might be able to fill you in. He stayed silent for a while, but his eyes followed my every step. He bit his lip. I haven't hired a gardener yet, he said somberly, getting up. Now tell me everything about your meeting with that man. My legs buckled. What did he mean he hadn't hired a gardener? I had talked to the man myself. She is too stupid to exist. This is a grown-ass adult who has survived living on her own for at least 5 to 10 years, and when he first met her was supposedly the manager of a very expensive hotel. She is not smart enough to do either of these things. The nice, handsome, a bit quirky guy with tattoos. Completely harmless, right? Just too stupid to live. I sat on the couch and Massimo knelt at my feet listening as I recounted yesterday's events. As soon as I finished, he grabbed his phone and dialed a number. He spoke in Italian for a few minutes, shooting me nervous glances. Then suddenly he slammed the phone into a wall with such force that the device crashed into 1,000 pieces. Fuck, he cried in English. I cringed on the couch, afraid of his unexpected fury. He was fuming, shaking with anger. I got up and closed the distance between us. What's going on, Massimo? I put my hands on his shoulders. He was breathing heavily but didn't reply. He was thinking, trying to figure out a way to tell me something without scaring me. Yet too late there. The man you spoke to is Marcelo Nacho Matos, something. I'll make up a name for him later. A member of the Spanish mafia and, He paused, trying to find the right words. I wouldn't like what he was about to say. Lara, my love, the man you met yesterday is an executioner. Yeah, see, he was gonna kill her. Like, we all knew it. We all knew it. We all saw it. She still doesn't fucking see it. What do you mean? You really need that fucking translated for you? A hitman. His jaws clenched. I have no idea why he spoke to you. Why are you even... He trailed off and I shivered. Alive? I sighed. That's what you wanted to say, didn't you? That you're surprised I'm still alive. Yes! Yes! He was clearly about to shoot you until you said you were pregnant, and now he can't shoot you because he can't kill an innocent baby. The Christmas spirit evaporated. I was sure Massimo was about to explode with the pent-up fury inside him. He passed me without another word and went to the dressing room. Okay, we get to go back one page and play with some fire. Because we are past where I will burn it. So. Oh, and I didn't write it down. Naughty. Okay. 6th time tonight. Ooh, there's like black char on the edge of the book now. A moment later, he returned wearing a dark sweatsuit. I took a seat on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, staring into the fire. Massimo walked over, sent me a gentle look, and sat next to me, setting me in his lap. He's about to send her away again, right? I snuggled against his chest, his strong arms around me, making me feel safe. That's not even possible. Why did he want to kill me? I asked, squeezing my eyes shut. Why do you think, bitch? Why the fuck do you think? There is one possible answer. If he wanted to kill you, you would be dead. I think he might have wanted something else. No, he changed his mind when she said she was pregnant. Listen harder. His arms tightened so hard I yelped in pain. I'm sorry. He loosened his embrace. I had a certain run-in with his people a couple months back. He paused, considering something. You will never again stay anywhere alone. I'm being serious, Laura. You will have a full security detail. No more trips to Messina without one. Without me. I should send you away somewhere. Yep. So now you're never going anywhere alone for the rest of your life. Even the place I bought you so you could go and be alone. This is also nice. You have to be kidding, I cried out. Your people won't be able to keep me safe. Nothing ever happened to me when I was with you, and each time when you leave me, something bad happens. She's not wrong. I'm not going anywhere. I tried freeing myself from his embrace, but he kept his arms tightly around me. She still thinks she has some fucking say in anything or any autonomy whatsoever. Like, you have not figured out how this works yet. The man in black inhaled loudly. We will take the Titan tomorrow, all of us, and when they return to Poland, Carol will protect them. I promise you I'll take care of them. Oh, I missed a line where she said, what about my family? But yeah, because of course, her family's all targets now too. His tone was deadly serious. They're safe. They're not hunting you. The Spaniards only want to hurt me. The only way to do that is through you. He turned my head and looked me straight in the eyes. I promised you I'd rather lose all I have and sacrifice my own life than allow you or our son to be hurt. Oh, I'm really, 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 really feeling nauseous. But in that, like, heartburn, need food kind of way. That calmed me down a little. Dominic knocked on our door and said a few quiet words in Italian. Massimo left the room. I went to bed, plagued by waking nightmares featuring the sexy Spaniard. Bitch, you don't know what fucking waking nightmares are. Stop using words you don't understand. I know what waking nightmares are. And it's called something else. Why is my brain failing? Because my brain needs food. Oh, what the fuck are they actually called? God damn it, I know this. Night terrors. That's the word I was going for. Still actually remember the conversation where I got told what those were. I was describing to my therapist what was going on. She went, "Oh, that." And I was like, "What the fuck is that?" It's the thing you just said. Okay. Yeah, they suck. They suck a lot. You don't get good sleep. I couldn't understand how this nice man I had talked to in the garden could be a hired killer. You talked to him for 5 seconds. Why are you so hung up on, oh, he was such a nice guy? Not really. You thought he was on drugs. His sparkling eyes were so full of life and so happy. I analyzed our meeting, recalling his movements and his words, but no conclusions came. Why didn't he kill me? I asked myself over and over. She's getting dumber by the page. She's just getting dumber by the page. And we're saying that this guy we've never heard of or seen before, who is returning on page 329, he's going to be the main bad guy for the last book. Somebody that is just coming in now, more than halfway through this series, almost 2/3 through the series. We're just getting introduced to the final boss. He could have done that a couple of times during our conversation. Why had he allowed me to see his face? Maybe he had thought I was stupid enough to keep it from my husband. You did! You did keep it from your husband until it came up. This is days ago. You didn't tell him. Or maybe he wanted to kill me and he would have done if not for something I hadn't noticed. Yeah, the thing in your stomach? Maybe his conscience. Or what if he just really liked me? Again, she's getting dumber. Tired with brooding over all that and of hearing noises that weren't there, I finally went to sleep. I woke up on Christmas and found I was alone in bed. Nothing out of the ordinary. The sheets on Massimo's side were untouched, which could only mean he hadn't slept in our bed, or hadn't wanted to share his bed with or hadn't wanted to share his bed with me anymore. Why that's the most random bullshit. I got ready for breakfast and headed downstairs, but I didn't reach the bottom before the door opened and my husband entered the apartment. He looked completely drained. I halted, staring at him. I had to plan out the new security procedures and check the entire mansion, he muttered. Personally, when it comes to your safety, I do everything myself. He walked past me and disappeared upstairs. Give me 30 minutes and I'll join you for breakfast. I went to the dining room where all the guests were already gathered at the table. Everyone looked happy. They were talking agitatedly in at least 3 languages. When I entered, all attention turned to me. Mom started piling food on my plate, and Dad began telling the story of Mom's pregnancy with me. For the 7th time. I had to listen to how she used to crave chocolate in the middle of the night. That's just being female. And how difficult it had been to get chocolate in communist Poland. Wait, when did communism fall in Poland? If we're assuming Laura is somewhere between 25 and 30, and this is set in 2021, was there communism in Poland in like 1998? Is she making fun of the Mr. series that thought that Albania had communist rule 25 years after it didn't? Are we making the same mistake or making fun of the mistake? Like, now I need to Google what year did communism fall in Poland? Because I think it was well before her mom would have been pregnant with her. Ooh. 1989? There's no way. There's no way the math doesn't work. Like, why can't people fucking Google when communism fell? This is the second time. So Dad had been doing all kinds of weird deals to get her the sweets she wanted. And as soon as she had taken the first bite, she threw up, saying the chocolate hadn't been what she wanted in the first place. Dad told the story in Polish, so Olga, clamped to Dominic's arm, translated it in a whisper. May we talk in private? Mom asked, leaving the table and walking to the opposite end of the large dining hall. I got up and followed her, stopping at her side. She took out a cigarette and looked out the tall window leading to the terrace, 'cause smoking around a pregnant lady. Who are those people? She pointed to 2 security guards patrolling the path to the beach and 2 more posted in the garden. Security, I replied. Why are there so many of them? You're not questioning why she needs security in her own home? Because that would strike me as being a little weird. Probably took her a long time to write it and get it published. There's always that many, I lied, avoiding her eyes. Massimo's a bit paranoid. Besides, the property is huge, so there's not really that many. I stroked her back and retreated to the table, worried I'd have to answer more of her incessant questions. It's not incessant when this is the first time she's asked you. Jesus Christ, I thought, taking a seat. These 2 days will be the death of me. I was seriously worried my parents would connect the dots and discover who Massimo really was. You're assuming they would give a flying fuck. And even if they do, because I'm sure eventually they will, even when they do figure out who he is and what he is, what are they going to do? What the fuck are they going to do about it? Why had he invited them here? Oh my god, she's so like fucking selfish and stupid. I'm so lonely and I don't have anyone and my friends are gone and my parents are gone, and then he flies in her parents and her friend and she's like, "Oh, they're going to be the death of me. Why are they here? I wish everyone would go away. I hate talking to people and answering questions and everyone's staring at me and I hate everyone." Wah, 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 wah. Like, that's all she has been this entire night, is just whiny, selfish, spoiled, brat, stupid bitch. He could have cobbled up a Christmas party in Poland. It would have been better for my nerves, that's for sure. I silently prayed he would finally join us so that we could all board the Titan and sail away. The weather wasn't exactly perfect, but I preferred to freeze my ass on the yacht than sink into complete paranoia within the villa. Yeah, not a good time to be out on the open water. To be honest, there wasn't much to complain about. Back in Poland, it was probably snowing. Compared to that, 59 degrees Fahrenheit and a cloudless sky wasn't too bad. Dear guests, Massimo said, entering the dining hall, I have an announcement. Oh, what do we think his announcement's about to be? What do we think it is? How many pages of this chapter do we have left? Because I'm looking for a land. Okay, we've only got like 3 pages, so I will get to the end of this chapter and then we are done. I just described this series by calling her all those things. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But we got like 2.5 pages left. So last chance to sponsor a duck or buy me some chips. Also, I'm feeling the need for what is to me relaxing TV by watching some Canada's Worst Driver. There's a particular season that's a favorite. If you're interested in watching or staying up late with me, send me a message and I will host it on Discord. I felt so relieved I nearly collapsed into my chair. He was finally here and would take us all away to safety. I decided to translate from English. Hey, Deacon! In case you missed it, I just said we have about 2 pages left, and after that I'm going to watch Canada's Worst Driver, and if anyone wants to watch with me, send me a message on Discord and I will go into the movie room and host, otherwise I'll be watching alone. Either way is fine. I just have to remember what season it is that I'm thinking of. Wait, Google will help me. We'll attend a Christmas ball in Palermo. God damn it, I groaned, dropping my head. My mother nearly fainted from shock. Why is everyone so, like prone to fainting? Why is everyone just constantly in shock and gonna pass out from everything? Like, what? You're going to a party, so why is this a cause to faint? Dad gripped her shoulder nervously. Disoriented, I sent Massimo a wide-eyed stare, plastering a fake smile on my face. Weren't we supposed to go sailing? Plans have changed. He smooched me on the tip of my nose. Oh, how I dreamed of a calm, orderly life then. Yeah, right. You've never had one. You're never going to. You were told this. You can fuss all you want as loudly as you want. So can Butters. And believe me, show gives you stuff to fuss at. You will not lack for content in need of fussing. I needed boredom, said the woman who 2 days earlier was going out of her mind with boredom. To sit on the sofa at home, eating and drinking wine. To watch a Christmas movie like Home Alone. They dragged Home Alone into this! No! The movie is too good to be mentioned in these books. And just delight in sweet idleness. That's all you've been doing for weeks. And sentences made no sense. Yeah, a lot of them. There's a lot of those sentences in here. You're going to have to be more specific. What's going on, darling? Mother's high-pitched voice drilled through the awkward silence. I have nothing to wear for such an occasion. Besides, it's all a bit unexpected. Welcome to my world. I spread my arms and shrugged with an ironic smile. Massimo detected my mother's anxiety, which didn't really surprise me. He would have to be deaf and blind not to see her change of mood. Switching to fluent Russian, he started talking to her, flashing her a smile so adorable it melted my heart. Clara Biel batted her eyelids at him, returning the smile, and I wondered what bullshit he was selling her. So her mother speaks fluent Russian, but she doesn't? Yeah, press X to doubt. A moment later, she was grinning madly and her hand absently stroking my dad's shoulder. Because he probably just said, like, I will send you to a store with my credit card to buy a dress or something. Or I bought a dress for you or something like that. That's what he said. Mine is the answer here. That's done then, Massimo whispered to my ear. Come with me. He jumped to his feet and guided me out of the room, surprising everyone. We'll be right back, everyone, I called out with a disoriented smile. He led me through the enormous house so fast I didn't even have time to ask what was going on. We passed the door to the library where the man in black locked us in and latched onto me in a long, passionate kiss. This is definitely like getting one last fuck in before he sends her away. His lips, teeth, and tongue pressed into me, greedily drinking me in. I need adrenaline, he breathed, and since cocaine is out of the question. His hands slipped beneath my long skirt. His hands slipped beneath my long skirt and grabbed my buttocks, lifting me in the air. He walked across the room and dropped me by the desk, bending me over it. I said he was going to bend her over a desk. Oh, spa day. Yeah, that could be it too. Bewildered, I shot him a quick glance. Sorry, you're bewildered by your sex-crazed, violent husband bending you over a desk after grabbing your ass? You don't know what's coming next? Really? Feeling my heart picking up its pace. Massimo unbuckled his belt and then unzipped his pants, hooking his thumbs over the rim of his trousers and his underwear. He quickly pulled them down, freeing his erect cock. Kneel, he growled, propping his arms on the edge of the desk. Suck me off right now, he commanded as my knees touched the floor. There's a fucking sentence. There's a goddamn sentence. Yeah, that's what you want. Why did he bend her over the desk if he was just going to order her to get on her knees? What? Surprised and a little confused. How is that even possible? I raised my eyes. His glare was dark and full of lust. I slowly wrapped my fingers around his penis and leisurely brought my lips closer to the tip. Massimo's own lips parted as his chest heaved. I heard him moan softly. I started stroking my hand from the base to the tip of his prick, keeping my eyes on my husband's face. How do you want me to do it, Don Torricelli? I asked seductively, which he ignored. He doesn't even know how to not treat her like a whore. In the bad way. Quick, hard, he barked, his brow beaded with sweat and his legs shook a little. Are we sure he's not on cocaine? I gathered spit in my mouth and spat at the thick shaft, which grew harder in response. The man in black let out a throaty roar. We're all with the roaring. There's so much roaring. But before we read the last page, clear winner tonight for burnable words, Darling with number 5. Yeah, I'm with Cerebellum. This is all of the yuck, and I hate every fucking bit of it. The man in black let out a throaty roar and his hand slammed to the back of my head, impaling me on his throbbing erect dick. You got to substitute another word for impaling. Seriously, overused. Okay, I gotta stop breathing in the smoke and the ash and stuff because my throat is hurting. Yeah, I fully agree. I had been waiting for it. He slid all the way down my throat. Really? Because all the way down your throat would be like down to here. I'm going with no. I took it without a hint of gag reflex. Something normally said by porn stars. Which he rewarded by putting his other hand on my head and pressing harder. Yeah, 'cause she doesn't need to breathe. His hips swung forward and quickly my sucking him off turned into his fucking my mouth. Is there really that much of a difference? I mean, I know there is, but not the way they do it. Another moan rose from his throat and he spoke softly to me in Italian, which he knows she can't understand, as I took my favorite part of him even deeper. How insulting is that? I clasped my hands on his buttocks, nails digging into his skin. He loved it. In bed, my man in black didn't only like to cause pain, he liked it rough himself. Pain was an inherent part of our sexual life, stimulating us both in the same way. And if they'd ever had a conversation about it, ever, even once, I felt his penis ramming against the back of my throat, testing my limits. My teeth bit into the skin of his underbelly. I don't think that's possible. I choked finally, trying to pull away, but his grip on my head only tightened. Yes, because as we've established, he likes feeling them choke on it, and he doesn't care if they can breathe or not, because he nearly killed the flight attendant like this. My eyes teared up, and I couldn't breathe. I dug my nails into Massimo's ass harder and deeper, leaving marks. I felt his hot seed flooding my throat. Oh, it's already burned, but it's still visible. We're going to burn it again. And my pen just went through the page. Okay. My pen obliterated the word. Yeah. This hole right here. This hole right here. It had the word seed on it, but I had already burned it, so it just broke when I put my pen through it. It still counts. It's still going on the list. So we unintentionally future burned a word before we read it. This pleases me. But I'm really fucking tired and hungry. The hands on my head stopped pushing, but his throbbing cock was still stuck deep down my throat. I wanted to swallow it all, but I couldn't breathe. He withdrew a few inches, his hips undulating slowly, finally letting me inhale. Eventually his movements stopped as his hands landed on the edge of the desk again. Slowly I pulled his still hard cock out of my mouth and wiped the tears from my cheeks. My right hand shot out, grabbing his balls, and I licked him clean, all the time keeping my eyes on his. Massimo's thumb stroked my face, and I pulled up his boxers and pants. This is why I don't eat on Saturdays, because if I had eaten anything today, it would have just come back up all over this book. I zipped him up and buckled his belt, pushing myself to my feet, straightening his white shirt. Enough adrenaline for now, I asked, raising an eyebrow and wiping away the dark smudges of makeup from beneath my eyes. For now, he breathed, kissing me on the forehead. Massimo didn't like the taste of his own sperm, which wasn't in itself anything to blink at, but I liked to defy him and test his limits. As his mouth pulled away, I cupped his chin with my hand and kissed him, my tongue penetrating deep into his mouth. He tensed but didn't push me away. He waited for me to finish while I tried giving him a taste of himself. Why would you do this ever? That was for my smudged makeup, I hissed, kissing him once again on the lips, which had stretched into an amused smile. We got ourselves in order and spent the rest of the morning talking, strolling through the gardens, and reminiscing about our, predominantly my, childhood. My parents told Massimo about my weird quirks as a child. For example, the time I had eaten sand. That's not being weird, that's just being a child. Kids put a lot of weird things in their mouth. The man in black replied that he owned a gravel pit, so we should drop by for some lunch. During our walk, Mom still couldn't wrap her head around around the fact that I was followed by 4 security guards at all times, but I simply ignored her questions, afraid I'd tell her too much. Yeah, I don't like you don't need 4 security guards just because your man is paranoid or you're rich. Those do not Yeah, exactly. Every kid has eaten dirt, sand, grass, plants, bugs. Like this kids do stupid shit like that because they're exploring the world and they don't know what it is, and let me put it in my mouth and see what it tastes like or what happens. Like, and looks like brown sugar. Yes, it totally does. This is also true. I once watched I think he was about two-year old. He was like, didn't really talk yet. He had a few words, but no, he's probably younger than 2 then, because 2-year-olds will baby babble. Maybe he was 2. But you know those little 5-pound bowling balls that just have swirly colors all over them? He thought that was candy, so he picked it up and started sucking on it like a lollipop, and then was very disappointed and angry when it didn't taste like candy. If not for the increased security measures, I would have all but forgotten my meeting with the gardener and the danger I was in, at least according to my husband. I couldn't make myself believe that the Spaniard posed a threat. Why? Why? He's some asshole that you thought was stoned or paranoid or weird that you had 5 words with, and then he nearly killed you. Why are you like so like this makes no fucking sense at fucking all. I couldn't make myself believe that the Spaniard posed a threat. The way he had looked at me had nothing aggressive or threatening in it. Because he's a professional, you dumb twit. This time, I just didn't trust Massimo's suspicions. End of chapter. See, the gardener's gonna approach. She's gonna get kidnapped by the gardener because she's going to like talk to him when she sees him instead of calling her security because she refuses to believe that Massimo is right. The guy I met covered in tattoos who showed up out of nowhere and then abruptly disappeared after saying some weird shit. No, he couldn't possibly be a mafioso hitman. No, because I know fuck about shit about this world, and my husband who runs it tells me that he not only knows this person, but that they're a hitman. No, it can't possibly be true. The husband who knows everything about the mob world, he must be wrong. All right, we're probably going to finish this next week because there's about 65 pages left, and I can speed through that in a week as long as I don't get too distracted. Plus, like, there's a lot of half pages in here. So we may actually finish this. We may finish this next week, which would also mean next Sunday will be the movie screening. So pencil that in. Because yeah, if we, oh god, the book I ordered, the 3rd book really has to get here. That or I'll start reading one of the copies that Amazon hasn't picked up yet. Because now that it's after midnight and the next day, I'm very confident in saying they're not coming tonight. I still have a text on my phone saying that they were coming today. I knew they weren't because it says when I booked it to be picked up, it said it would be picked up on the next business day. That would have been Friday. They never came, and I got the message saying they were coming in the morning on a Saturday, which is not a business day. At least here it's not. Like, what do you bet they show up on Monday? But that is going to do it for this week because I desperately need some food. Ugh. Ow. All right. So probably one more week with this. Then we will do the movie on Sunday. I'm looking forward to how incredibly bad I'm hoping that it is. Things that I want. I want to see a really bad not brand name, but we had to mock up something from wardrobe, which will still suck, version of that jumpsuit. I want to see that. I want to see if they have all of the ugly cars that have been mentioned throughout this book. If they actually got the correct ugly cars to match what's in the book. I want to hear him roar in a really stupid way during sex. Uh oh, by the way, I predict the whole 2 months that they ran away to the guy and his pretend to be gay rapist son. I predict all of that is cut out. I predict everything having to do with Dominic getting arrested and what Olga did about it gets cut out. I predict her fighting with her mother gets cut out. Um, Everything with Damien, the MMA guy, that's all gonna go. Yeah. I'm curious how long the movie is. The first one was inexplicably 2 hours long, breaking the rule that bad movies are limited to 90 minutes. But it doesn't know it's a bad movie. But we'll find out. I downloaded it, but I haven't looked at it, so it's there. I turned it on for 2 seconds to make sure it had subtitles this time. It does. That's it. So I haven't seen it. Don't know how long it is, but next week, if we get through the rest of it, which we can power through. We can get through it. Uh, yeah, so fingers crossed the third book gets here on time. Because I wasn't expecting to need it quite this quickly. I thought we were going to have another week or two with this, but we just don't. There just isn't anything there. But we will have some fun making fun. Thank you, everyone, for being here. All of our ducks say thank you too. They didn't get any new friends, but they are always happy to be here. They like being admired by everyone and showing off their many colors and their many, many attitudes. And, theoretically, they make sound. Yeah, the subtitles were so helpful last time. Yeah, I think Persnickety's half asleep. Snuggle the Sasha for me. Everyone give all your pets love and cuddles for me. I love a fur baby, so love on your fur baby. And until next week, I've been Insane Lane. This has been Bad Erotica Book Club. Take care of yourself and love on a fur baby. Hop into my Discord if you want to hang out. Otherwise, good night for now. Have a good rest of your weekend, everyone. See you next week. Bye bye. Bye from all the ducks.